What was going on? They had sent out several messages, so the old palace master should have known. But why hadn't he appeared yet? Forget it, we don't have to care about such things. Thinking about the Yuhua immortal robe last time. Indeed, many people fought over the Yuhua immortal robe last time. In the end, Xia Jiuyo made a move at the critical moment and directly snatched it away. Perhaps the other party planned to do the same this time. Therefore, Lin Xian and the others all settled down and waited carefully. In front of them, sage might filled the air, and laws danced in the air. It was a scene of destruction. One could imagine that a shocking battle had definitely happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Half a day later, an earth-shattering roar resounded through the clouds. Countless voids shattered. Even thousands of miles away, Lin Xian and the others felt their blood boil. Many of them directly vomited blood. Damn it, what kind of roar was this? An even more terrifying existence had revived. They retreated in horror. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, the sages of the human race turned into streams of light and flashed out. They tore through the void and quickly left. There was even sage blood floating in the sky. A drop of sage blood crushed the heavens, turning into a monstrous sea of blood that enveloped a radius of millions of miles. Let's go. The sage of the Great Xia dynasty instantly appeared near the disciples of the Great Xia dynasty. With a wave of his hand, he took away all the people of the Great Xia dynasty. Apart from him, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Lake, and the other sages who came all took their disciples away. When the others saw this scene, they were even more terrified. What happened? Why did these sages retreat? Why was there still sage blood floating in the sky? What kind of existence had revived? They didn't dare to imagine. However, they weren't stupid. They quickly tore through the void and opened a Dao gate to teleport. Let's go too. Li Xuanxian opened the scroll. The power of space wrapped Lin Xian and the others and they disappeared into the void. Soon, they returned to the immortal palace. All the holy lands and sects had retreated. After returning, they all inquired about the news. Elder, what exactly is going on? The Yi family patriarch, Yi Wudao, and the others stood there and asked. An old man stood in front of them. He was naturally the sage of the Yi family. His expression was incomparably solemn. Something big had happened. Recently, he warned the disciples of the family not to go out recklessly. Gather all the resources we have outside and bring them all to the family. The family will enter a state of alert and ensure that there are enough resources to activate the extreme Dao weapon, the Celestial Emperor Cauldron, at any time. What? Hearing this, the Yi family patriarch's eyes widened in disbelief. Yi Wudao and the other elders and disciples of the Yi family were all stunned. Activate the Celestial Emperor Cauldron at any time. That was an extreme Dao weapon. What exactly happened? It actually made a sage say such serious words. It wasn't just the Yi family. The Gu family, the Grand Xia dynasty, the myriad Buddha temple, and the other sages all warned their disciples and descendants without exception. At the same time, they asked their Holy Land families to be on high alert and activate the Peerless Formation. Gather resources and prepare to activate the extreme Dao weapon at any time. The Yi family, the Gu family patriarch, the emperor of the Grand Xia dynasty, and the other sect masters frantically asked what had happened. Those sages shook their heads and sighed. Chaos was coming. The ancient royal family in the nest of 10,000 dragons might fully revive. Especially the dragons, they would definitely be the first to revive. At that time, it might be a scene of ancient times fighting for supremacy. The dragons and the ancient royal family would all revive. The sect masters were shocked. The disciples of the various Holy Land sects also went crazy. These were all legendary existences. Could it be that at this moment, they were really going to rule the world again? They had only read about the 10,000 feet race in ancient books. But after experiencing what happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons, they knew that these ancient races were definitely terrifying. They couldn't be underestimated. If they came out together, the world would be in chaos. Could it be that we really poked a hole in the sky? The Yi family patriarch's expression was ugly. The Queen Mother's expression was solemn. At this moment, all the sect masters and sect masters were filled with regret. Chapter 2781. When Lin Xian heard this news, he was also stunned. The 10,000 ancient races were about to fully revive. Perhaps the entire world would enter the ancient era's struggle for supremacy. This scene left him dazed. Immortal Palace, Li Xuanhuan, the chief protector, and the other elders and experts were also silent. The dark red divine dragon sucked in a cold breath. Damn, how could this be? Could it be that those things in the nest of 10,000 dragons were really going to fully revive? He was a dragon himself, so he naturally knew how shocking and threatening the revival of those other dragons would be. Moreover, this time, it seemed that not only the dragons, but the other ancient royal races were also going to revive. This was going to pierce through the heavens. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. Originally, he was overjoyed because he received the news of the nest of 10,000 dragons. Before entering the nest of 10,000 dragons, he believed that this would be a heaven-defying journey. He would obtain heaven-defying treasures. But who would have thought that such a change would happen? This time, it was probably not just his own matter, but the entire world. Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others hurriedly looked for the old palace master, Xia Jiuyo. However, Xia Jiuyo didn't seem to be around. However, he did leave behind a scroll, which contained some instructions. Li Xuanxian and the others were shocked after reading it. Lin Xian took the scroll with a solemn expression. Soon, he gathered the experts of Immortal Palace and said in a deep voice. From today onwards, Immortal Palace will enter a state of war alert. Gather all the resources we can use and ensure that all the formations are unimpeded and can be activated at any time. At the same time, summon our disciples outside. Lin Xian did the same as the other great sects of the Holy Lands. They knew that the true danger was about to arrive. Those factions and families that did not enter the nest of 10,000 dragons were extremely surprised. They all asked what exactly happened in the nest of 10,000 dragons. They inquired from many sides. When they learned that countless disciples had died in the nest of 10,000 dragons, and even the elders and holy lords had fallen one after another, these people were stunned. What? Even the holy lords had fallen. Heavens, what exactly happened? These people were extremely shocked. The leader of the Sacred Master sect was such a terrifying existence, but he had actually fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. More than one of them. According to the statistics, a total of 9 sacred leaders and sect leaders had died, and more than 50 elders had died. It could be said that all the sacred grounds and sects had suffered heavy losses. This news shocked the entire world. So many terrifying powerhouses had fallen in the nest of 10,000 dragons. It was truly shocking. However, what shocked and frightened them even more was yet to come. At least 6 sages had descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons and fought with the supreme existences within. In the end, they had fled in panic. Furthermore, many sacred grounds and sects had already begun to seal their mountains. This scene terrified all the martial artists in the world. Saints were godlike existences. They had transcended the heavens and earth and could use the power of the laws of nature. Such terrifying existences, a total of 6 of them, were actually scared away by the things in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What exactly was in the nest of 10,000 dragons? It was even rumored that a saint had been injured, and his saint blood had dyed the sky red. In the end, news spread from the clan of the ancients. The world was shocked. The 10,000 archaic clans were reviving. These words were like a mountain that pressed down on everyone's hearts, making them unable to breathe. These powerful families in the world were extremely shocked. They knew what these words meant. For a moment, these people's faces were filled with despair. Although the other martial artists didn't quite understand, they knew after asking around a little. The existences in the nest of 10,000 dragons had all existed for countless years. In fact, they might even be from an era even older than the ancient times. These were all powerful races that were extremely terrifying. At this moment, they were about to revive in their world and compete with the human race. This was definitely a disaster. No wonder those sacred grounds and sects wanted to seal their mountains. Following this, the people would probably be plunged into misery and suffering. The world wailed, and everyone was in despair. Just as everyone in the true spirit world was in a state of panic, the atmosphere in the nest of 10,000 dragons was incomparably solemn. In the nest of 10,000 dragons, countless auras of the Tao of Dragons surged as fiend-godlike figures stood there. Ever since the 6 great sage people had left, the powerhouses inside had all broken out of the ground from the divine crystals. These were all primordial creatures of all shapes and sizes. Some were in human form, while others were in the form of demonic beasts. They all emitted an incomparably terrifying aura. At this moment, the few primordial kings from before stood very respectfully. In front of them, there were a few figures surrounded by laws. They were the saints of their primordial royal families. In front of these saints, there was a piece of divine crystal that was about 2 meters tall. Sealed within the divine crystal was an old man. He was extremely old. The pair of dragon horns on his head were about to fall off. This old man wasn't completely sealed within the divine crystal. Half of his right arm stretched out from the divine crystal. The aura he emitted was as deep as the sea. It was extremely terrifying. Even the few saints in front of him were extremely respectful towards the old man. The terrifying old man had his back to everyone. His gaze was fixed on the golden egg on the 5-colored altar in front of him. This golden egg was even more resplendent at this moment. The Tao patterns on it were like swimming dragons that began to swim. Suddenly, it absorbed all the surrounding aura of the Tao of Dragon. The aura of the Tao of Dragon turned into giant dragons that all entered the golden dragon egg. This process lasted for 49 days. Finally, the golden dragon egg cracked open from the middle with a crack. Throughout the entire process, all the primordial creatures, primordial kings, saints, and terrifying old men in the nest of 10,000 dragons waited with rapt attention. For 49 days, no one moved, no one said a word. When they saw the golden dragon egg in front of them crack open, their eyes erupted with excitement. One by one, they stretched their heads out and looked forward. They were both expectant and nervous. The golden dragon egg cracked open, and a golden claw stretched out from inside. Following that, a golden figure appeared. It was a dragon, a golden dragon. Although it wasn't big, its body emitted a monstrous dragon's might. It roared towards the sky, and its tender voice rolled out. Buzz! The terrifying old man and a few saints took the lead and knelt down on one knee. Greetings, Dragon Prince. Greetings, Dragon Prince. The primordial kings and primordial creatures behind them all knelt on the ground. At this moment, countless people were extremely respectful. Even those saints had faces full of piety because this was the Dragon Prince, the descendant left behind by their Lord Dragon Emperor. The Dragon Emperor was the supreme existence among dragons. He had reached the peak and ruled over all races. That ancient era was truly incomparably terrifying. His status was equivalent to that of a great emperor on the human side. And this dragon prince was the son of the dragon emperor, which was equivalent to the son of a great emperor. One could imagine how precious his identity was. No wonder these saints of the nest of 10,000 dragons had to kneel down. Chapter 2782. Roar. The little golden dragon looked at the people kneeling on the ground and let out a series of roars. Then, he began to devour the golden eggshell and crazily absorb the surrounding Tao of dragon aura. His body was rapidly growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Buzz 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 in front of him, the terrifying old man with half of his body sealed waved his palm and shot out streams of laws. They danced in the sky, forming a super array formation. The surrounding Tao of dragon aura quickly gathered and completely enveloped the little golden dragon. Then, he stood up, and the few saints beside him also stood up. As for the remaining primordial kings and primordial creatures, they were still kneeling on the ground. The old man with half of his body sealed was surrounded by light, illuminating a corner of the sky. If someone was here, they would definitely scream. Because in the surrounding caves and walls, there were still nerves floating. Some of them were extremely huge, and the sealed old man was extremely old. Those old men's eyes were tightly shut, and they were still in a deep sleep. Obviously, these were all extremely terrifying supreme existences. Not all of them had awakened. The nest of 10,000 dragons was too big. Countless powerhouses were sleeping, and it was impossible for them all to awaken. Perhaps they would awaken bit by bit, or perhaps these super powerhouses would be preserved as a foundation. Only when the nest of 10,000 dragons or the dragon prince were in danger would these super powerhouses be revived. After all, these terrifying powerhouses were already very old and had reached the verge of their lifespans drying up. Once they were revived, it would be very difficult for them to be sealed by the divine crystals again. Therefore, their revival was especially important. They had to grasp the opportunity well. The old man with half of his body sealed looked around disdainfully. He said in a low voice, "From today onwards, the 10,000 dragons court will revive. We will appear on the ground again and rule the world. We will rule the world." Those humans were completely ants. They had been taken advantage of for so many years. It was time for them to scram to the side. A cold voice sounded. The primordial creatures roared crazily. They raised their arms and shouted loudly. Waves of killing intent spread out. Then, the old man with half of his body sealed changed the topic. We were revived in this era. There are other reasons. We have deduced that this might be the golden age that Lord Dragon Emperor mentioned. The crisis has passed. This time, the immortal gate might open. This is the only hope of becoming an immortal and entering the immortal world. We will use the power of the entire clan to make the Dragon Prince the new Dragon Emperor and help him successfully enter the immortal sect. He would become the one and only immortal in the world. The words of the dragons echoed in the surroundings like thunder. Immortal Ascension. The goal of the ancestral patriarch was to help the Dragon Prince become an immortal. If the other martial artists of the human race knew about this, they would definitely be stunned. This idea was simply too heaven-defying. After all, everyone's goal in the true spirit world was to become a great Lo. The great emperor, on the other hand, had only just begun to consider the problem of becoming an immortal. Now that the patriarch had such thoughts, he had to admit that the dragons were truly terrifying. Don't worry, patriarch. We will do our best to help the crown prince ascend the immortal gate. Behind him, the saints, Archean kings, and countless ancient creatures called out respectfully. Primordium Ancient Mine. This was also a forbidden area of the human race. All of the human race's crystals had been transported here from the primeval ancient mine and its surroundings. From there, all kinds of seeker spirit masters cut out heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There were even ancient medicines, but no one dared to go deep. This was because more than one sect master had gone in, but in the end, they didn't even cause a ripple and never came out again. This was a place that even saints would take a detour when they saw it. At this moment, in the depths of the primeval ancient mine, there were actually huge divine realms floating. Inside those deity crystals, there were also figures sealed in ice. It was actually the nest of an archaic dynasty. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons have already awakened. It's time for us to appear. Good. Let our descendants. Let us reign supreme again. Those old figures let out cold voices. Around them, there were even more ancient creatures. At this moment, they were also awakening one by one. Death Demon Abyss. One of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. This was an invincible abyss. It was incomparably dark, and no one knew where it connected to. A peerless expert had once deduced that this place seemed to be connected to the real hell. Therefore, this was also a forbidden area. Ordinary humans didn't dare to come here. Even saints didn't dare to rashly enter. At this moment, a few ancient creatures actually crawled out of the Death Demon Abyss. They had blue skin, long fangs, and terrifying scales. Roar! As soon as they crawled out, they roared at the sky, their voices shattering the 9 heavens. Behind them, more and more ancient beasts ran out. Some of them were covered in blood, as if they had really crawled out of hell. They were extremely ferocious and terrifying. Fortunately, there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of millions of miles. Because no one dared to be here. Otherwise, they would definitely faint from fright. Void Sea. Located in the extreme north of the northern plains, no one could fight their way here. Moreover, no one dared to come here. Because this was also one of the 5 forbidden areas of the true spirit world. Meanwhile, in the Sea of Oblivion, countless chi of oblivion rumbled as one after another ancient beasts charged out from it. The first few were extremely terrifying. Apart from these forbidden areas, there were also ancient creatures in other places. Clearly, the 10,000 ancient races that had been hibernating in the true spirit world had awakened one after another. No one knew if it was because of the awakening of the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, or if it was because of some other reason. But without exception, these ancient creatures had really come to life. They would definitely rule the world. Sure enough, although some places were forbidden areas, and ordinary humans didn't dare to enter. But more and more ancient creatures were awakening, and the commotion and impact were too great. Finally, someone saw ancient creatures jumping in the mountains with their own eyes. This news spread throughout the 5 continents of the true spirit world. For a moment, the world was in an uproar again. The great sects of the sacred lands and the ancient families were also shocked. What was going on? Why were there ancient creatures in other places apart from the nest of 10,000 dragons? Moreover, they were all revived. Damn it, the 10,000 ancient races. It's the 10,000 ancient races. A living fossil screamed miserably. Was the era of the ancient era of hegemony really going to reappear? That was an era that only existed in legends, an era that had experienced countless years, and no one had any impression of it. However, the records in those ancient books shocked them greatly. The 10,000 ancient races, each race was extremely powerful and terrifying. Back then, the human race was considered a relatively weak race among the 10,000 ancient races. Later, a few great emperors appeared one after another, turning the tide and allowing the human race to reach the peak. But now, the great emperor of the human race had already vanished into thin air. And a new great emperor had not been born. In fact, it had been tens of thousands of years. There was no new great emperor. Chapter 2783. Lin Xian also received the news. Everyone in the immortal palace was dumbfounded. The dark red divine dragon was also anxious. It's over. Kid, the era of the ancient era's hegemony is really coming. Lin Xian also took a deep breath, his eyes flickering. Although he had never seen the true 10,000 ancient races and the ancient era's hegemony, he could guess from the situation in the nest of 10,000 dragons that the situation was definitely serious. Li Xuanxian, the chief guardian, and the others also had ugly expressions. They had been trying to contact the old palace master, but the old palace master hadn't returned yet. This made them even more anxious. What was going on? The old palace master had left. Could it be that he had gone to the nest of 10,000 dragons to snatch the immortal divine herb? They didn't know, and it seemed that there was no news of another battle in the nest of 10,000 dragons. What worried them even more was that if the old palace master went down and entered the nest of 10,000 dragons, he would be in danger. Because there was more than one sage in the nest of 10,000 dragons. For a moment, they were worried for Xia Jiuyo. Lin Xian asked. Ruffian dragon, how much do you know about the 10,000 ancient races? To be honest, he only knew about the dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons, the war race, and the celestial race. It was said that back then, they were also terrifying existences among the 10,000 ancient races. They were even conferred the title of royal race. The 10,000 ancient races was just a general term that referred to all races and living beings. The human race was one of them. Among them, the powerful races were conferred the title of royal race. It was said that back then, the top 100 races of the 10,000 ancient races were all conferred the title of royal race. These royal races were powerful, and what was even more terrifying was that their bloodline talent was astonishing. Among the 100 immemorial royal families, there were 10 top immemorial royal families. They were above all the other races and were extremely terrifying. Of course, those races that had produced great emperors were conferred the title of royal race. Compared to the other royal races, they had even more terrifying bloodlines and inheritances. Moreover, these royal races also had a large number of followers. Some had even subdued many races. Even the royal races had to rely on them. It could be said that their strength was extremely terrifying. The dragons of the nest of 10,000 dragons were one of the royal families. Back then, the dragon monarch was a figure who startled the heavens and earth and made ghosts and gods weep. But don't worry, no matter how terrifying it is, it will disappear in the passage of time. Therefore, I speculate that there are no great emperors or sovereigns among these ancient royal and sovereign clans. Lin Xian nodded. He now had a general understanding of the ancient royal family. However, Li Xuanxian and the head protector had ugly expressions on their faces. Even if there aren't any emperors or sovereigns among the primeval royal clans and sovereigns, so what? The human race doesn't have them either. Furthermore, these ancient royal families had been passed down from ancient times. Their foundations and bloodlines were simply too powerful, far surpassing the current era. If they really fought, it would be difficult for the human race to resist. Then I don't know. The dark red dragon shrugged. However, he said, don't be too pessimistic. The human race isn't as weak as you think. After all, after so many years of development, the human race controlled more than 70% of the true spirit world's territory. Moreover, there were many great emperor clans and remote antiquity clans among the human race. There were even a few extreme weapons left in the world. The foundations of those remote antiquity clans are definitely beyond your imagination. It's just that they don't usually show it. Once they encounter a life and death crisis, they will definitely be heaven-defying and shocking. Just wait and see. When the time comes, perhaps those extreme weapons will also be used. However, the people will definitely be plunged into misery and suffering. It's just that I don't know how far the human race can go. What will happen? Lin Xian asked doubtfully. Do they have enmity with the human race? Not really, but think about it. When they were still awake, the human race was still a weak race. And they were the rulers of the world. When they woke up, the ants in their eyes directly controlled the entire world. How could these ancient royal families be willing to accept this? They would definitely fight for the control of the world. After all, although they were royal clans and sovereigns, they had a strong foundation. However, they still needed to develop. To develop, they needed large amounts of spirit veins, dragon veins, divine crystals, cultivation methods, and spiritual herbs. These all needed endless territory to nurture. Therefore, when the time came, there would definitely be a lot of battles. The human race's remote antiquity clans and great sects had experienced so many tens of thousands of years of inheritance. How could they give up their territory? Therefore, battles were unavoidable. It's just that I don't know how many of the 10,000 ancient races have awakened this time. How many royal clans are there? Are there other sovereigns? It's better to send our people to investigate. Lin Xian ordered, preparing to let Immortal Palace's cultivators go out to investigate the situation. At the very least, they had to understand the movements of the 10,000 ancient races. However, before they could send anyone out, an elder of Immortal Palace hurriedly flew over. Palace Master, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Lin Xian asked with a frown. Li Xuanxian and the Great Guardian were even more nervous. Was there news of the old Palace Master? They were very worried about the old Palace Master's safety. The elder of Immortal Palace shook his head. It wasn't the old Palace Master, but an ancient creature. Ancient creature. What's going on? Have they launched an attack? The dark red dragon at the side also asked. Could it be that they moved so quickly and started a war as soon as they woke up? That's not it. The elder shook his head and hurriedly said, an ancient creature came to our immortal palace and said that he wants to see the palace master. Why, an ancient creature came to our immortal palace? Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. The dark red dragon was also stunned. Li Xuanxian, the great custodian, and the rest of the custodians were stunned. What was going on? Why did an ancient creature come to their door? Moreover, the other party actually knew the exact location of their immortal palace. This was really unbelievable. One had to know that there were many array formations outside their immortal palace. The other holy lands and great sects might not be able to find their exact location. However, an ancient creature actually came to find them. It was really unbelievable. Was this the strength of the 10,000 ancient races? It was really too terrifying. What was he doing here? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. He was very puzzled. Why would an ancient creature come to them for no reason? Could it be that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons came to take revenge? However, if they were really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they should have directly attacked. He was very puzzled. The elder quickly said, I don't know. He said that he has something to see the palace master. He wants to see me. Lin Xian was even more puzzled. He didn't know what ancient creature it was. However, he still said, all right, let him in. However, he had to be careful and see if it was just him. Were there other ancient creatures hiding behind him? If there were other ambushes, he would directly use the array formations to kill him. Lin Xian suspected that this might be the enemy's trap. Therefore, he gave a few instructions. Chapter 2784. The Immortal Palace Elder led a group of martial artists to the entrance of Immortal Palace. They used all kinds of secret techniques to investigate and found that there was only one figure in front of them. There were no other ambushes, which made them secretly heave a sigh of relief. The immortal palace elder waved the small flag in his hand. The array formation on both sides rumbled and opened up a path. Buzz! He looked at the figure in front of him. Follow me. The figure stood with his hands behind his back. He raised his head to the sky and looked very arrogant. Seeing this scene, he nodded coldly. His figure swayed and directly entered the array formation. Lin Xian, the dark red divine dragon, Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others came to the starry hall. Lin Xian sat high on the hall master's seat. His expression was solemn as he waited silently. Not long after, the immortal palace elder came in. Hall master, someone is here. Before he could finish speaking, a figure appeared in the hall. This scene made everyone frown. How arrogant and rude. How dare he come to their immortal palace? Lin Xian also frowned. He narrowed his eyes and looked forward. In front of him was a silver figure. This person had a tall appearance. He was more than twice the size of an ordinary human martial artist. Silver lightning flickered on his body. Not only that, his skin was silver as if it was made of silver. What kind of race was this? Lin Xian was puzzled. The dark red divine dragon at the side said, "Kid, he's from the silver lightning race." Although the silver lightning race was not an ancient royal race, they were still a very powerful race. Especially the silver lightning on their bodies. It was said that they were born with it. It was very terrifying. It carried a powerful destructive aura. Silver lightning race. Su Chen nodded silently. As expected, the person was like his name. The other party's body was covered in fine silver lightning that kept swimming. It carried a terrifying power. Even he was surprised by this power. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Xian asked in a deep voice. The ancient creature of the silver lightning race opened his mouth and said a string of words. However, Lin Xian frowned. Li Xuanxian, the great guardian, and the others at the side also had gloomy expressions. They discovered that they were simply unable to understand what the other party was saying. Damn it, what did this guy say? Lin Xian was stunned. Could it be that these ancient life forms didn't know how to speak? If you don't understand, use your soul to communicate. Lin Xian snorted coldly. Although their languages were different, whether it was the human race, the silver lightning race, or other ancient creatures, their souls were always connected. Therefore, soul communication could be said to be the simplest and most direct method. Even if there was a language barrier, it shouldn't be too big of an obstacle. Up ahead, the silver lightning race cultivator sneered. How could he not understand this? Your human race has really declined. You don't even know the primordial immortal language. His voice was filled with disdain. Courting death. How dare you? The surrounding elders were furious. The other party came to their immortal palace alone, yet dared to act so insolently, not placing them in his eyes at all. The expressions of the protector and the others also darkened as a terrifying aura surged from their bodies. However, that Silver Lightning Clan's expert was not afraid at all. He still stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the sky with a look of supremacy. Facing the terrifying pressure around him, he sneered. Silver lightning circled around his body, forming 3 silver lightning halos that enveloped his body. Lin Xian waved his hand to stop these elders. Just now, the dark red divine dragon had already explained to him that the other party was speaking the primordial immortal language, which was the common language of the 10,000 immemorial races. This language was regarded as the immortal language by the 10,000 immemorial races at that time. Rumor had it that an immortal had descended to the mortal world to teach them this language. It could be said to be incomparably sacred. However, later on, as the 10,000 immemorial races fell into a deep slumber, the human race developed their own language. Gradually, no one spoke the primordial immortal language anymore. Therefore, these people now didn't know the primordial immortal language at all. Of course, the dark red divine dragon was an exception. He knew the dragon language. The dragon language was also one of the primordial immortal languages, and it was the most noble one. Therefore, he naturally understood what the other party was saying. After learning this, Lin Xian said coldly. It was no longer the primordial immortal era, nor was it the time when the 10,000 immemorial races ruled the world. Now, the human race was prosperous and ruled the world. What we are speaking is naturally the human race's language. If you have something to say to me, just speak the human race's language. Lin Xian wouldn't speak the primordial immortal language in front of the other party. This was a matter of standpoint. Even if he understood, he wouldn't say it. The human race had really declined. Moreover, they had actually abandoned the immortals. All of you will be punished by destruction. The Silver Electric Race powerhouse said coldly. This time, his words were all understood by the surrounding people. This was because the other party was speaking the same language as Lin Xian and the others, the human race's language. However, Lin Xian, Li Xuanxian, and the others' expressions were very ugly. The other party was still so arrogant. He didn't put them or even the entire human race in his eyes at all. If there was anything, just say it directly. Lin Xian wasn't willing to fight this kind of war of words with the other party. He was very curious now. What exactly was the other party here for? In front, the Silver Electric Race powerhouse looked down at Lin Xian and said coldly, "You are the master of the Immortal Palace." "That's right, I am." Lin Xian nodded coldly. The other party's arrogant attitude really made him unhappy. However, he still waited patiently and prepared to listen to the end. The master of the Immortal Palace was actually a young brat. The Silver Electric Race powerhouse sneered again. Listen carefully. The Silver Electric Race has already recovered and is about to rule the world. Now, with the place where the Silver Electric Race has recovered as the center, no human is allowed to take a single step within a radius of 5 million miles. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. The cold voice resounded in all directions and reverberated in the main hall. The pupils of Li Xuanxian, the Great Guardian, and the others shrank. The other elders were also in an uproar. Lin Xian's face completely darkened. The other party was actually here to threaten and warn them. This really surprised them. These people's expressions were very ugly. When had the Immortal Palace been threatened and warned like this? Moreover, it was a race that had just awakened. So what if the other party was from the 10,000 ancient races? The Immortal Palace was not to be trifled with. Therefore, Lin Xian snorted coldly. No human is allowed to take a single step within a radius of 5 million miles. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. What an arrogant attitude. If my guess is right, the place where you have recovered should be under the control of the Immortal Palace. You actually dare to say such words in the territory of the Immortal Palace. You really don't know what's good for you. Who do you think you are? An immortal who has descended to the mortal world. How dare you threaten me? At the end of his words, an incomparably terrifying aura rose from Lin Xian's body. He guessed right. The place where the Silver Electric Race had recovered was indeed under the control of the Immortal Palace. Although the distance from the headquarters of the Immortal Palace was very far, the Immortal Palace was in existence at the level of a holy land and controlled countless territories. Chapter 2785. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse's expression darkened when he heard this. His eyes were filled with killing intent as he spoke coldly. Kid, you'd better think carefully. Do you want to go against the Silver Lightning race? What are the consequences of going against us? Don't think that you're a sacred land or the master of Immortal Palace. In front of the Silver Lightning race, you're nothing. The 10,000 ancient races are about to revive and rule the world. The good days of the human race are about to come to an end. When the time comes, you'll all become prisoners. So today, I'm not here to discuss with you. I'm here to give you an order. If you dare to take a step within a radius of 500 miles, I'll destroy Immortal Palace. Arrogant, too arrogant. An ancient creature dared to challenge the entire Immortal Palace. Who gave him the courage? Li Xuanxian, the chief protector, and the others had gloomy expressions. They wanted nothing more than to slap the other party to death. But to be honest, they really didn't dare. The 10,000 ancient races were connected. Some of them had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, attacking one race was equivalent to attacking many other races. There were even some who were inextricably linked to the ancient royal clan. Therefore, unless they had no other choice, they really didn't want to start a war with the 10,000 ancient races. However, the other party was too arrogant. These people were filled with killing intent. The atmosphere in the entire hall was very solemn. Countless cracks even appeared in the void. Damn, how dare you threaten us? Do you want to die? The dark red divine dragon jumped up and flew into the sky. He looked ahead coldly. Do you believe that I won't roast you and eat you? Who do you think you are? How dare a snake be so arrogant in front of me? The Silver Lightning race powerhouse sneered. But in the next moment, he screamed and fear appeared in his eyes. That was because he felt an extremely powerful pressure and monstrous blood surging out from the other party's body. Dragons. You're a dragon. He was too shocked. There was nothing he could do. The dragons were the royal races of the 10,000 ancient races. Their status and identity were much higher than the Silver Lightning races. In front of the Dragon Pearl, the Silver Lightning race powerhouse didn't dare to be impudent at all. But soon, he frowned. No, the dragons were all in the nest of 10,000 dragons and hadn't appeared yet. And even if they appeared, why would they be with humans? Damn it, who the hell are you? He was truly astonished. He didn't believe that the dignified far ancient imperial dragons would walk together with humans. This was simply impossible. Is this Emperor's matter something an ant like you can inquire about? The dark red divine dragon floated above and looked down at the other party, its voice filled with disdain. If you dare to be arrogant in front of me again, this Emperor will slap you to death. The Silver Electric Race's expert had an ugly expression on his face. However, the dragon might and dragon blood on Lin Fan's body were truly oppressing his soul. Therefore, he didn't dare to be presumptuous anymore. He had to hurry back and find out what was going on. Could it be that the nest of 10,000 dragons had made a new move? In the next moment, he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, "Brat, I've already delivered the message. I hope you will abide by it and we can still live in peace. Otherwise..." He didn't continue, but his meaning was clear. Anyone who dared to provoke them would be declaring war on the Silver Lightning race. This was not something a sacred ground or a major sect could bear. Even if Immortal Palace was powerful, it still couldn't endure it. At this point, he snorted coldly and turned around to leave. Looking at the other party's arrogant figure, the surrounding Immortal Palace cultivators gritted their teeth, but there was nothing they could do. Many people were so angry that they were trembling. Damn it, they really wanted to attack and kill him with a slap. Lin Xian's eyes were also shining with a terrifying light. Wait, did I say you could leave? In front of him, the Silver Electric Race's expert stiffened, and a hint of anger appeared in his eyes. He suddenly turned his head. Brat, you dare to stop me? So what if you have a dragon by your side? He might not even be from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The Silver Electric Race's expert was also furious. Their Silver Electric Race was an extremely powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. They were born with divine lightning, and the other 10,000 ancient races didn't dare to be presumptuous towards them. Not to mention a mere human. Moreover, he was a young human brat. Lin Xian sat high on the throne, and his cold voice sounded. I am the master of Immortal Palace, and I am on equal footing with your Silver Electric Race's patriarch. How dare you be presumptuous in front of me? You really have no manners. Quickly kneel down and apologize. His voice was like thunder, carrying a biting cold murderous aura that surrounded the 9 heavens. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. The warriors of Immortal Palace couldn't believe that their palace master was actually so powerful. The Silver Electric Race's expert was also stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. The next moment, he screamed. Brat, what did you say? You want me to kneel down and apologize? You're courting death. Believe it or not, I'll take your head off right now. He took a step forward, and lightning surged on his body, turning into lightning beasts that surrounded him, filling the void. You want my head? Do you have the ability? Lin Xian also stood up, and his 9-yang divine body bloomed with light. Not only that, but sword energy rushed out from his body, turning into a true dragon that circled around him, making him look like a god of war. Palace Master, you can't. The head protector and the others cried out in alarm. Although they were furious, they really couldn't start a war with the 10,000 ancient races now. The 10,000 ancient races were too terrifying. If they didn't handle it well, it would really trigger a great war. That result was something that no one could bear. Seeing the surrounding elders persuade him, the Silver Electric Race's expert threw his head back and laughed loudly. Ha 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 ha, brat, do you see that? These experts of Immortal Palace are all afraid of me and don't dare to fight with me at all. You still don't know what's good for you. Kneel down and apologize to me now, and I can consider sparing your life. Humph. Lin Xian's eyes were filled with biting cold killing intent. They didn't dare to, but that didn't mean that he didn't dare to. At this point, the sword energy on his body swept through the sky, charging towards the Silver Electric Race's expert. A shocking sword strike that made heaven and earth pale. In an instant, everyone felt as if their bodies were pierced through. This sword light was too piercingly cold. Although Lin Xian didn't obtain many treasures in the nest of 10,000 dragons, his great dragon sword soul had absorbed an endless amount of Dragon Dao aura, so it was revived again. His strength had increased exponentially. At this moment, when he displayed it, it was truly shocking to the heavens and earth. Courting death. The Silver Electric Race's expert was also furious. He urged the lightning beasts around him to quickly pounce forward. They collided with the sword light. Lightning burst out in the sky, wanting to destroy the sword light. However, under this sword, all things were destroyed. All of the lightning beasts were split apart by the sword. The cuts were flat, and they couldn't be revived at all. The lightning also quickly dimmed and then disappeared into the void. Only waves of white smoke rose. Buzz. Chapter 2786. Not good. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse's expression changed. He did not expect the other party's sword chi to be so powerful. He roared angrily, and his fist surged, turning into a mountain as he faced the attack. Clang! Above him, the two collided. Pooh! Silver blood splattered, piercing through the void. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse retracted his palm and kept retreating, screaming. His fist was split in half. His strange face was also incomparably distorted. His eyes were blood red. Damn brat, how dare you hurt me? He was extremely angry, but at the same time, he was also filled with fear. The other party's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was actually able to easily injure him with a single sword strike. It was simply too unbelievable. One had to know that he was from the 10,000 ancient races. He was powerful, and his physique was even more powerful. Even a heaven-grade weapon might not be able to break through his defense. Damn it. You. He still wanted to say something, but in the next moment, he screamed. The sword chi in front of him once again covered the sky and the earth, enveloping him. Damn it, get lost. With an angry roar, silver lightning quickly rushed out from his body, turning into lightning balls. The terrifying lightning balls exploded, forming a sea of lightning that filled the sky, blasting away all the sword chi. Humph, brat, I was careless just now. You want to kill me? You're still far from it. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse sneered again. But in the next moment, he trembled. Because he saw a dragon-shaped sword shadow slash across his neck. Instantly, half of his neck was cut open, and blood flowed wildly, dyeing his body red. He did not know when the other party had already appeared behind him, and a cold voice sounded in his ear. Do you think it's difficult for me to kill you? He trembled extremely. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse's body trembled. The other party could have killed him directly with that sword strike just now. However, the other party did not. He only cut open half of his neck. This meant that the other party was warning him. I'll give you one last chance. Kneel down and apologize. Brat, you're courting death. Kill me if you can. The Silver Lightning Race powerhouse shouted angrily. He guessed that the other party did not dare to make a move at all. He must have some scruples. Pooh! As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a chill on his neck, and his head and body were separated. With a plop, his body fell to the ground. Lin Xian grabbed the man's head. Do you think I don't dare? Aw, damned brat, you dare to kill me. You're dead meat. The Silver Lightning tribe will never let you off. The head roared furiously. At that time, when my Silver Lightning clan's great army presses down, your immortal palace will be dead for sure. Su Chen sneered. How dare he still be so stubborn? Acting recklessly. Do you believe that I can destroy your soul with a single move? He waved his dragon-shaped sword, and a terrifying sword chi locked onto the head. The Silver Lightning Race expert's head was shocked, and his eyes were filled with fear. Indeed, he felt a destructive aura that could easily destroy his soul. Damn it, who the hell is this kid? How could it be so terrifying? What was that dragon-shaped sword in his hand? Why was it able to cut his body apart so easily? He was an expert of the Silver Lightning Race. But in the eyes of the other party, he was like an ant. He could not believe it. Su Chen snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he threw away the other party's head. The head flew out and merged with the corpse on the ground, forming a complete body. The Silver Lightning Race expert recovered. His face was pale, and he looked at the other party with an unusually cold gaze. Kid, I'll fight you. He opened his mouth and spat out a sickle that emitted a simple and heavy aura. It seemed to be an ancient treasure. He wanted to fight with his life on the line. However, golden runes appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Buzz! His heavenly secret divine eyes were activated, and a terrifying soul attack rushed out. Ah! The other party's body trembled as he screamed crazily. He did not expect Lin Xian to use a soul attack. Therefore, he was careless and his soul power was severely injured. The golden runes in Lin Xian's eyes spun rapidly, forming mysterious patterns one after another. He directly controlled the other party. Kneel down. A cold voice sounded. The Silver Lightning race expert's eyes were lifeless. With a plop, he knelt on the ground and kowtowed continuously. This scene shocked everyone. In particular, the elders of Immortal Palace sucked in a breath of cold air. The chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the others had solemn expressions. Although they had subdued the silversmith race expert, the situation was not optimistic. After all, the other party was backed by the Silver Lightning race. They were an extremely terrifying race among the 10,000 ancient races. Lin Xian looked at the chief enforcer, Li Xuanxian, and the other elders and said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. Also, do you think that we can exchange for safety if we keep on giving in?" Hearing this, Li Xuanxian and the chief enforcer's bodies stiffened, and a trace of shock appeared in their eyes. Lin Xian continued. "Chaos is coming, and the 10,000 ancient races are recovering. Only a powerful force can suppress everything. Otherwise, no matter how respectful and courteous you are, the other party will probably raise the butcher's knife in their hand and mercilessly chop you down. Therefore, there is no need to be afraid when facing the 10,000 ancient races. If we can win, we will fight. If we can't, even if we have to risk our lives, we will bite off a piece of their flesh and let them know that we are not to be trifled with. Before anyone dares to touch us, they should think about the consequences of doing so. This way, our immortal palace will be able to survive in this chaotic world. Otherwise, everyone will think that we are cowards and easy to bully. This way, there will be endless 10,000 ancient races coming to bully us. Are you willing to live such a life?" Lin Xian's voice echoed in the surroundings. Hearing this, the elders felt their scalps go numb. Indeed, they were too shocked by the information of the 10,000 ancient races and forgot about these things. Even if they gave in today, the Silver Lightning race would not be nice to them. In the future, they would definitely be even more greedy and bully them. Therefore, whether they submitted or resisted, the result would be the same. The other party would have to fight sooner or later. If that was the case, why not resist? Perhaps they could even make them afraid and hurt them in advance. In the next moment, everyone looked at the Silver Lightning race's experts kneeling in the hall. Lin Xian also looked at them and said coldly, "Get lost. Tell your people that I will only give you a range of 100,000 miles. You can be safe and sound in that range, but if you dare to run around outside, I will kill you without mercy. Get lost." With a wave of his sleeve, he sent the Silver Lightning race's expert flying. At the same time, he removed the soul control. The Silver Lightning race's expert vomited blood and flew out of the hall. His body also recovered. Thinking of what happened before, he was so angry that he vomited blood and went crazy. "Ah!" He roared at the sky. Lightning surged on his body, turning into a lightning dragon that roared in all directions. That damn brat, he was so angry that he went crazy. He was a dignified expert of the Silver Lightning race. When had he ever knelt and kowtowed to a human? This was intolerable. Chapter 2787. He discovered that the elders and experts who had been afraid of him before were now emitting an incomparably cold killing intent, firmly locking onto him. He had no doubt that as long as he made a move, these elders would mercilessly attack and kill him. Damned brat, just you wait. All of you, just you wait. My Silver Lightning race will definitely not let this matter rest. Just wait for the fury of my 10,000 ancient races. After speaking, the Silver Lightning race expert turned around and left. Like a stray dog, he quickly fled. Humph. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The eyes of the immortal palace cultivators all flickered. Previously, the other party had been acting arrogant, but when they hardened their hearts and prepared to fight to the death, the other party was afraid. Didn't this confirm what Lin Xian had said before? Facing the 10,000 ancient races, they must not cower. They must fight to the death. Send people to investigate the Silver Lightning race's movements. At the same time, call back our people and fully activate the array, ready for battle. Lin Xian's voice was ice-cold. He guessed that the Silver Lightning race would definitely make some moves, but Immortal Palace would not be afraid. Following this, the elders and disciples all began to move. In fact, it wasn't just Immortal Palace. At the same time, the Yi family, Gu family, Jade Pool, Alcade, and many other great sects and dynasties all received these ancient creatures. This was because the 10,000 ancient races of true spirit world had recovered. Wherever they recovered, the 10,000 ancient races would send their own experts to communicate with the local great sections. Of course, the content of the communication was similar. Most of them wanted a stable territory so that other human cultivators couldn't casually step in. Although 5 million miles was a large distance, it was still a drop in the ocean for the great sections. Moreover, the reputation of the 10,000 ancient races was too strong. Therefore, ordinary great sects didn't dare to contend with them at all. They all tacitly agreed to give up 5 million miles of territory in exchange for temporary peace. The ancient race powerhouses who had gone there all returned satisfied. They held their heads high and left the great sects with pride. Many great sects even sent a group of elders to see them off. When the other warriors saw this scene, they were all stunned. Huge waves even surged in their hearts. What's going on? So many ancient creatures had appeared, and the elders of the great sects of the human Holy Land treated them so respectfully. What's going on? There must have been a secret negotiation. However, it seemed like the great sects of the human race had given in. Damn it! It can't be. Could it be that the 10,000 ancient races can regain control of the entire true spirit world without even a war? Everyone's face was filled with despair. Of course, not all the great sects in the Holy Land were so humble. There were some who were more forceful. Although there hadn't been any major battles, their territory had shrunk from 5 million miles to 4 million miles, or 3 million miles. The ancient creatures negotiated with him, and eventually, they all agreed to his request. After all, the strength and foundation of these great sects were extremely terrifying. However, on Immortal Palace and Lin Xian's side, they directly declared war, making the other side kowtow and apologize, moreover throwing them out. This was probably the only one in the world. Even the remote antiquity families wouldn't dare to do that. At this moment, the Yi clan also welcomed a figure. A figure bathed in flames descended upon the Yi family like a god of fire. At this moment, the elders of the Yi clan all had unsightly expressions. Yi Wudao sat there with a gloomy expression. The Yi clan head's eyes flickered. This was because the other side had made the same request. They wanted to draw a 5 million mile forbidden zone near the Yi clan, and no one was allowed to enter. Even the Yi clan couldn't approach. This was hard for the Yi clan experts to accept. Their Yi clan was a remote antiquity family, a descendant of the Emperor clan. In the true spirit world, especially the Eastern Wasteland, they were a true overlord. When the other great sects of the Holy Land saw them, they would have to lower their heads. Perhaps, apart from the other remote antiquity families and the great sects of the Holy Land that possessed extreme weapons, no one was their match. But now, these ancient creatures had come out and demanded to divide the Yi clan's territory. They were truly reckless. However, the Yi clan head's expression was grave. This wasn't an ordinary ancient creature, but a powerhouse of the ancient royal race. The ancient royal race was an extremely terrifying existence. The vermilion bird race was an extremely terrifying existence among the ancient royal race. The vermilion bird was a divine beast of the world, and the vermilion bird race had the bloodline of a divine beast flowing through their veins. They were extremely terrifying. But so what if they were terrifying? The Yi clan wasn't to be trifled with. The Yi clan was the descendant of a great emperor, an emperor race. Among the 10,000 ancient races, they were equivalent to royalty. How could they be afraid of the vermilion bird race? Therefore, the smell of gunpowder between the two sides was very strong, and they were in a deadlock. They were on the verge of starting a war. Humph. The vermilion bird powerhouse was bathed in divine flames as he said coldly. So what if you're the descendant of a great emperor? Your great emperor is no longer here. But the ancestor of the vermilion bird race is still alive. If you really anger us, the ancestor of the vermilion bird race will descend and destroy your Yi clan. Let's see if the great emperor you believe in can save you then. The moment these words came out, the faces of the Yi clan elders changed. The disciples of the Yi clan also cried out in alarm. What? The ancestor of the vermilion bird race was still alive. Heavens, how many tens of thousands of years had it lived? Although it was sealed with divine crystals, it was still too terrifying. To think that there was such a terrifying powerhouse hidden in the Yi clan's territory. It really made them feel a lingering fear. How dare you threaten the Yi clan? Is the ancestor of the vermilion bird race very powerful? A grand elder of the Yi clan stood up. He looked to be in his 30s, but he was indeed a grand elder who had lived for more than 3,000 years. He was very terrifying, and his temper was very fiery. When he heard the other party's arrogant words, the grand elder was furious. Do you really think that the Yi clan is easy to bully? Do you really think that your vermilion bird race's ancestor can sweep through everything? Today, I'll let you see the foundation of the Yi clan. After saying this, he snorted coldly, and a burst of golden blood rushed out of his body, turning into a pillar of light that shot into the sky. Buzz! In the depths of the Yi clan, a primitive aura surged out, bringing with it a destructive power. Although it was only a trace, it made everyone tremble. The powerful being from the vermilion bird tribe, in particular, was sprawled on the ground in utter terror. Damn it, what was that? This aura was too powerful, surpassing the might of a saint. An extreme weapon. Damn it, it was an extreme weapon. He was too shocked. He didn't expect that the Yi clan had left behind an extreme weapon. Now that it was activated, the Emperor's might of the extreme weapon was not something that he could withstand. Chapter 2788. Seeing the vermilion bird lying on the ground and trembling, the experts in the Yi family's main hall all laughed. What vermilion bird race? In front of the Yi family's extreme weapon, wouldn't they kneel and crawl? The vermilion bird race's expert had an ugly expression. His eyes were burning with anger. Damn it! How dare you treat me like this? I'll have the family destroy you. He was furious. When had he ever been so afraid in front of so many humans? Humph! The Grand Elder snorted and waved his hand. Immediately, the extreme weapon's pressure disappeared without a trace. The vermilion bird race's expert also stood up from the ground. His body trembled, and killing intent surged out of his body. Yi Wudao also took a step forward. His golden aura surged as he faced the Grand Elder without fear. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting more and more tense, the Yi family's patriarch spoke. We can draw the 5 million mile area you mentioned. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. The Vermilion Bird Race's expert smiled. But soon, his smile froze. The Yi family's patriarch continued, however, you can't stay in the Yi family's territory. You can move out of the Yi family's territory and divide it in another ungoverned territory. The Vermilion Bird Race's expert's expression turned ugly. He wanted them to retreat. Wasn't this admitting that the Vermilion Bird Race was afraid of the other party? If news of this spread, the Vermilion Bird Race would lose face. How would they survive in the future? They would probably be laughed at by countless people. Impossible. The Vermilion Bird Race's expert refused. The Yi family's patriarch didn't get angry. Instead, he said indifferently, you felt the Emperor's pressure just now, right? Our Yi family has a complete extreme weapon, and we have enough resources and ability to fully activate it. How much do you know about the extreme weapon's power? I can tell you about it. 30,000 years ago, a demonic sect appeared in the eastern wilderness. It was extremely terrifying. Its strength was equivalent to that of a top holy land, but its methods were extremely cruel and it killed countless people. In order to return peace to the world, the Yi family's Saint Physique carried an extreme weapon and destroyed the demonic palace with a single attack. All the experts inside were killed. Not a single one of them came out alive. 50,000 years ago, the demon race prospered. A peerless genius appeared and became a demon saint. Their strength was extremely terrifying, and they slaughtered the human race. At the critical moment, the saint of the Yi family once again brought out an extreme weapon. With one strike, he sank half of the eastern barren territory and killed the talented saint of the demon race. At this point, the Yi family's martial artist, Old Zhang, was very excited. They all clenched their fists. The faces of the Vermilion Bird tribe elites became paler and paler. In fact, even without the other party's explanation, he already knew how terrifying and powerful these extreme weapons were. That was a weapon forged and used by a great emperor. It contained an extremely powerful emperor's might, surpassing that of a saint. As long as he was revived, it would be equivalent to a great emperor temporarily descending into the mortal world. His power would definitely be unimaginable, and he would be able to sweep through everything. Seeing the other party's expression, the Yi clan's patriarch smiled. Very good, it seems like you know the power of an extreme weapon. Then, how far is the Vermilion Bird tribe from my Yi clan's headquarters? Would he be able to dodge the attack of an extreme weapon? At this point, the Vermilion Bird race's expert's expression changed greatly and cold sweat appeared on his back. His clothes were wet, and the flames on his body dimmed. That's right, they were incomparably powerful and wanted to suppress the Yi clan, but they forgot that they were too close to the Yi clan. If the Yi clan was angered and directly used an extreme weapon, the Vermilion Bird tribe would not be able to escape. After all, this distance was completely within the attack range of an extreme weapon. Even if their patriarch was resurrected, it would probably be useless. Just the aftermath of that energy would be able to destroy any existence below a saint. Thinking of this, his attitude changed. I can't make the decision on this matter. I need to go back and discuss it with the elders of the Vermilion Bird tribe. No problem, there's no hurry. The Yi clan's patriarch smiled. I'll give you a month to discuss it. Men, send the guests out. The Yi clan's patriarch waved his hand, and the elders of the Yi clan sent the Vermilion Bird tribe elite out of the Yi clan's residence. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left the Yi clan's residence, he turned into a fiery red light and instantly left. This was a big matter, a big crisis. He had to report it quickly. Ha ha ha. After the Vermilion Bird tribe elite left, the elders of the Yi clan also laughed loudly. What Vermilion Bird tribe? No matter how strong they are nothing in front of the Yi clan. That's right, once an extreme weapon is used, it will sweep away everything. However, the Yi clan's patriarch and the Grand Elders had grave expressions. The Yi clan's patriarch sighed. He was not so optimistic. Although the Vermilion Bird tribe was strong, they were only a royal clan. Above the royal clan was the immemorial royal clan. Those were also clans with great emperors. In their hands, it was very likely that they also had extreme weapons. When the time came to encounter them, they would have no advantage. The atmosphere in the hall became heavy once again. Indeed, the other party also had the bloodline of a great emperor and even had extreme weapons left in the world, so they had to be careful. However, they didn't know how many extreme weapons the other party had. Not only the Yi clan, but the Gu clan, Jade Pool, Alcade, Dao Yi Holy Ground, and other sacred grounds with extreme weapons all displayed the emperor's might of their extreme weapons to scare away the immemorial royal clan. Figures left in a sorry state one after another, which made the cultivators outside breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these powerful families and sacred grounds could still intimidate these immemorial royal clan. There was still a glimmer of hope for the human race. In addition to the eastern wilderness, the western desert, Nanling Mountains, and northern plains were the same. Some sacred grounds and sects directly surrendered and ceded 5 million miles of land. Some negotiated with each other to reduce the land. Some directly drove the immemorial royal clan away. In short, the atmosphere around the world was very tense. However, Zhongzhou was not so lucky. The divine dynasties and sacred grounds in Zhongzhou were very depressed. Especially those divine dynasties near Qinling Mountains, their expressions were even more ugly. They had no choice because the nest of 10,000 dragons was here. The nest of 10,000 dragons was the nest of dragons. The dragons were the immemorial royal clan and were very terrifying. Moreover, among the dragons, there had been a great emperor. The dragon emperor was very famous. Even now, there were still people who remembered his records. One could imagine how terrifying the Dragon Emperor was back then. The Dragon Emperor must have left behind an extreme weapon to suppress in the nest of 10,000 dragons. Therefore, this was definitely a very dangerous place. Ever since the dragons revived, the surrounding Ninli dynasty and Great Xia dynasty directly abandoned that area. Chapter 2789. What made them heave a sigh of relief was that the dragons in the 10,000 dragon suppression never appeared and did not cause trouble for them. This made all the emperors and sect masters think that the nest of 10,000 dragons was already safe and sound. How could they know that all the powerhouses in the nest of 10,000 dragons were protecting the newly born dragon prince? They were plotting an even more terrifying plan. In addition to the dragons in the nest of 10,000 dragons, there were also a few terrifying royal families in the true spirit world. These were all races that had produced great emperors and emperors. Divine Phoenix Ridge. A great emperor had appeared in the Phoenix clan. The name of the immortal Phoenix was also very terrifying. Of course, among the 10,000 ancient races, not only the two royal families of the nest of 10,000 dragons and Divine Phoenix Ridge, there were also a few other royal families that were still sleeping. But thinking about it, it wouldn't be long before they all woke up one by one. Every once in a while, a new race would revive and appear on the earth. These human warriors were all in a state of panic. They were extremely uneasy. On the human side, Immortal Palace, Yi family, Gu family, Alcade Jade Pool, and the other Holy Land sects were all nervously preparing for war. To deal with the counterattack of the 10,000 ancient races. However, there was one more thing that shocked everyone. They didn't even dare to believe it. The news came from the central continent. Of course, it wasn't news from the nest of 10,000 dragons, but news from the Silver Lightning race. When the warriors of the true spirit world learned that the Silver Lightning race's emissary had entered Immortal Palace and made the same request, they were forcefully kicked out by Immortal Palace. Although no one knew the specific details, this result caused an uproar in the world. Heavens, is this for real? I don't dare believe it. That's right, is Immortal Palace already so strong? They actually dared to directly attack the 10,000 ancient races. That was the Silver Lightning race. Although it wasn't an ancient royal race, it was still a very terrifying race. However, they were actually kicked out by Immortal Palace's people. It was really unbelievable. Perhaps even those remote antiquity families didn't dare to do so. It was said that the one who attacked was none other than Immortal Palace's Hall Master, Lin Xian. The other party was really strong. It's over. This brat definitely caused a huge disaster. He dared to do this because he was young and had Immortal Palace behind him. But he didn't know that he had provoked endless disaster for Immortal Palace. Just wait and see. The Silver Lightning race will definitely not take this lying down. At that time, when the great army arrived, Immortal Palace would be finished. Sounds of discussion sounded one after another. Everyone was first shocked by Lin Xian and Immortal Palace's power. After that, many people shook their heads and sighed. After all, they had completely offended the Silver Lightning clan. Offending a 10,000 ancient race was an extremely terrifying outcome. The Yi clan, Gu clan, Yao Guang, Jade Lake, and Dao Great Holy Lands were all dumbfounded when they heard this. This was especially true for the remote antiquity families and the sacred ground sects that possessed extreme weapons. This Lin Xian was truly arrogant. Even though we possess extreme weapons, it's only enough to intimidate the 10,000 ancient races. We don't dare to actually attack them. Who would have thought that the other party would actually make a move? Where did he get that backing from? Could it be that their Immortal Palace also had extreme Dao weapons? That shouldn't be possible, right? He had never heard of any great emperor from Immortal Palace. The three young prodigies left the Silver Lightning clan in a flash. Just as the prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan were preparing to attack Lin Xian, on the other side of the world, something unknown happened. In the western desert, there was a forbidden area called the Reincarnation Mountain. This place was extremely terrifying. Regardless of whether you were an ordinary person or an extremely terrifying saint, as long as you walked in, you would never be able to come out again. Therefore, as time passed, no one dared to appear around the Reincarnation Mountain. There were no trees or plants. In fact, no one dared to set foot in a radius of tens of millions of miles. It could be said that this was a true forbidden area. However, at this moment, a figure appeared in front of the Reincarnation Mountain. It was an old figure. This figure had the demeanor of a transcendent being, as if an immortal had descended. He looked at the Reincarnation Mountain in front of him, his eyes flickering like the vast stars. If Lin Xian and the others were here, they would definitely scream because this old man was their Immortal Palace's old palace master, Xia Jiuyo. Xia Jiuyo did not go to the nest of 10,000 dragons, nor did he go to snatch the immortal divine medicine. Instead, he came to the western desert, near the desolate Reincarnation Mountain. Chapter 2790. As expected, Xia Jiuyo walked towards the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall and looked similar to the other mountains. However, when one got closer, one would realize that there was a terrifying force that seemed to want to suck one in. Xia Jiuyo also felt this force. He frowned. Is this the power of reincarnation? He snorted coldly as a sacred aura rushed out of his body. Divine chains of order circled around him, blocking the power of reincarnation outside. In the next moment, he strode forward. In an instant, he entered the Reincarnation Mountain. The Reincarnation Mountain was 10,000 feet tall. It was very tall in the eyes of ordinary people, but in the eyes of these experts, it was very small. However, that wasn't the case. There was another world in the Reincarnation Mountain. It could even be said to be a world of its own. After entering, one would realize that it was extremely vast, as if it was really a new world. Boom! As soon as Xia Zhuoyou entered, he realized that he was in a vast plain. It was tens of millions of miles wide and he couldn't see the end of it. On his left and right, there were countless figures. On his left, there were terrifying savage beasts. The savage beasts had monstrous auras and terrifying killing intent. They were all peerless monster kings. There were even a few beasts in the sky that were emitting sacred auras. Saint-level demonic beasts had actually appeared here. It was too terrifying. On his right, there were thousands of soldiers and horses. There were also some demonic beasts, but they were all subdued by humans and used as mounts. One of the palms stretched out, carrying the sun, moon, and stars. It shrouded the sky as if it was going to replace it. A great battle broke out. Divine chains of order surged and terrifying roars shook the sky. There were even many long-lost mystic arts and secret techniques. The world exploded. Xia Zhuoyou's body was shrouded in endless light. Buzz! In an instant, a biting cold aura rushed out of Xia Zhuoyou's body. With a snort, all the images were wiped out. It was just an illusion. That's right, an illusion. The Reincarnation Mountain was a place of reincarnation. It could evolve the past, present, and future scenes. It was enough to pass off as real. Even saints could get lost in it. Xia Zhuoyou was too powerful. He walked out of the reincarnation world in an instant. The surroundings turned dark again. Xia Zhuoyou's body swayed and flew forward. After flying for an unknown period of time, an ocean finally appeared in front of him. It was also vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Furthermore, the seawater was black, incomparably black, as if it was the water of hell. In the middle of this black sea, a white bridge appeared. It was incomparably white and carried with it a strange aura. On the bridge, there were 3 words written in flamboyant calligraphy. They were very simple and were written in the primordial language. However, Xia Zhuoyou could see it clearly. Bridge of Helplessness. River Styx, Bridge of Helplessness. Legend had it that they were 2 godly items from hell. But now, they had actually appeared in the Reincarnation Mountain. It had to be said that the Reincarnation Mountain was indeed a peerless forbidden area. Once these 2 terrifying items appeared, they would be able to block the path of a saint. In fact, if a saint were to fall inside, he would probably not be able to come out. However, all of this terrifying scene seemed to be insignificant to Xia Zhuoyou. He was like an immortal as he stepped onto the Bridge of Helplessness. His body erupted with terrifying divine light, blocking all of the aura of darkness. Finally, he crossed the Bridge of Helplessness. The scenery before them changed once more. It was as if they had arrived at a new world, surrounded by vast mountains. Boom! Boom! Cracks appeared on the brown ground, and there was even blood. It's 300 years ahead of our deduction. Standing on the black dragon, the figure covered in demonic qi said coldly. As he spoke, the demonic qi on his body churned rapidly, and one could vaguely see his white hair fluttering in the wind. His face was very young, and he looked to be in his 20s. This white-haired youth was very young, but no one dared to underestimate him. The aura on his body was too cold. They discovered that the three figures were very young, but their bodies were covered in silver scales and surrounded by terrifying silver lightning. Why were the experts of the Silver Lightning clan here? Could it be that something big was about to happen again? These cultivators were discussing fervently. The guards also had ugly expressions on their faces. One had to know that ordinary people, even people from other sacred lands, wouldn't dare to trespass into their imperial capital like this. But the other party dared to. Moreover, they really didn't dare to make a move. Because the other party was an ancient creature, an expert of the 10,000 ancient races, they could only report this scene. Soon, the elders above sent down a message. They told the guards to retreat and ignore the three experts of the Silver Lightning clan. This scene caused the cultivators in the imperial capital to cry out in alarm. The Divine Wind Empire was silently admitting defeat. Chapter 2792. Yes, three young people could break the rules of the imperial court as they wished. Keep your voice down. They are godlike existences now. Don't provoke these ancient creatures. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died. An older generation figure warned. Sure enough, wherever the three Silver Lightning race experts passed, the human cultivators all retreated. They didn't even dare to get close to them. This scene made the three Silver Lightning race geniuses very satisfied. What they wanted was this kind of respect. I wonder what the three of you are here for. An elder of the imperial family walked over and wanted to invite the three Silver Lightning race experts into the imperial palace. There's nothing else. We're just here to challenge a person. To be more precise, we want to teach a person a lesson. Teach a person a lesson. Who dared to provoke the experts of the Silver Lightning clan? Who was so reckless? Could it be that kid? They remembered the previous rumor that the Silver Lightning race's envoy was beaten out by Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. That's right, their guess was right. A Silver Lightning race heavenly genius spoke, precisely Immortal Palace's Lin Xian. Spread the news to the world. Say that we're waiting for him in the imperial capital. Tell him to wash his neck clean and come here to die. Since he dares to provoke us, he's dead meat. Lin Xian, it's really Lin Xian. They're actually going to attack Lin Xian. Heavens, this is truly a shocking piece of news. Lin Xian is not only the master of Immortal Palace, but also the Central Emperor. He's one of the 5 great titled geniuses of the human race. There aren't many geniuses in the human race who dare to challenge him. They didn't expect that the creatures of the 10,000 ancient races would actually attack him. Do you think that Lin Xian can withstand it? I don't know. It's rumored that the 10,000 ancient races are very terrifying. That's not necessarily true. Lin Xian is one of the top 5 geniuses. How can he lose? Discussions sounded one after another. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They knew about Lin Xian's strength. In the younger generation, there weren't many people who were his match. However, they hadn't seen these geniuses of the 10,000 ancient races in action, but they knew about it from the legends. How terrifying were these 10,000 ancient races? Therefore, if the two sides really fought, it would be hard to say who was stronger and who was weaker. However, there were also people who were unconvinced. Sure enough, someone stepped forward. Although the 10,000 ancient races are strong, in terms of individual strength, you're no match for God Lin Xian. That's right, Lin Xian is the Central Emperor. How can you compare to one of the top geniuses of the human race? You are just relying on the fact that you have survived since ancient times and have ancestors in your family. Many people muttered softly. Clearly, they were very dissatisfied with the attitude of the 3 Silver Lightning races' sky prides. Rely on our family. Are we inferior to that human brat? What a joke. The 3 Silver Lightning Clan experts were enraged. How can ants like you understand our strength and power? Whoever wants to die can come and try. Let's see if we are strong or not. The 3 of them stood there like fiend gods. Lightning constantly surged from their bodies, turning into lightning beasts that roared in all directions. Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Today, I'm going to experience just how powerful the legendary 10,000 ancient races are. A young man walked out from the crowd. It was him, Mo. He was also a sky pride. Yes, he was a genius of the Mo family, and he was very powerful. It was said that he had the combat strength of a saint, and it was said that he admired Lin Xian very much. He especially admired Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body. It seemed that this time, he was going to make a move. Everyone retreated, but at the same time, they were nervous and expectant. If a saint-level Sky Pride were to fight against the ancient creatures, they would definitely be able to detect the strength of these ancient creatures. After all, the saint level was still the top level among the younger generation. In front, the 3 Silver Lightning Races Sky Prides looked at the young man who walked out with disdain in their eyes. You're the one who wants to challenge us. That's right, it's me. Mo snorted coldly, and a golden light rushed out of his body, turning into golden giants that roared beside him. You're courting death. Great, I'll play with you. In front, one of the Silver Lightning Race's Sky Prides walked out and looked at the other party. Use your strongest attack, or you won't have a chance. You'll see. Mo snorted coldly. Divine Radiance Palm. He made a move. He struck out with his palm, and the golden palm was like a Buddha, covering the sky and earth. The void instantly collapsed. You're overestimating yourself. How dare an ant compete with the sun and moon? In front, the Silver Lightning Race's Sky Pride sneered and threw out a punch. Silver Lightning jumped on his body, wrapped around his fist, and rushed forward. This silver fist was even more ferocious and domineering, and it carried a supreme aura. Boom! Boom! The two collided, and a bright light burst out. Waves of energy swept in all directions. Crack! 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 Countless cracks appeared on the Divine Radiance Palm, and then it shattered. What a terrifying power of lightning! Even the Divine Radiance Palm couldn't resist it. It was too terrifying. The Divine Radiance Palm was an extremely terrifying power of the light element, and it was said to be able to shatter everything. However, at this moment, it couldn't contend with the other party at all. Damn it! Mo's expression also changed. He felt a violent power surging toward him. It was as if it was going to devour him and tear his body apart. The other party was too powerful, so powerful that it was beyond his imagination. He was already a saint prodigy. However, the other party's casual punch had caused him a fatal crisis. Scram! He roared, and his body was like a golden stream of light as he quickly retreated. At the same time, the golden giants on both sides blocked in front of him and attacked. Roar! The two light giants were indomitable like immortal kings. However, the Silver Lightning Race's Sky Pride sneered. With a furious roar, the lightning fist exploded. It instantly blasted the two light giants away. This energy also blasted Mo, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. His body was charred black, and the lightning had pierced through his body. Not only that, but his entire body was numb, and he couldn't use any power. This lightning was too frightening. You! Mo didn't attack again. His body was trembling, and his face was filled with fear. Trash, you're trash. You can't even block one of my punches. The Silver Lightning Race's Sky Pride sneered, and the surrounding people were dumbfounded. Was that true? A Saint Prodigy couldn't block the other party's punch. The Silver Lightning clan was simply too terrifying. Moreover, the Silver Lightning race wasn't even a primordial royal race. Then, how terrifying were the Sky Prides of the primordial royal race? Above the primordial royal race was the primordial royal race. Could it be that the primordial races were so much more powerful than humans? At this moment, many people's faces were filled with despair. You're just a bunch of ants. You were already our slaves. However, we were in a deep sleep, which gave you humans a chance. When they reappeared, they were in a mountain range. The dark red divine dragon looked around, then pointed ahead and said, "In another 20 to 30,000 miles, they should be able to reach the Divine Wind Imperial capital. Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand, and the two of them quickly flew forward. In the Divine Wind Imperial capital, more and more cultivators gathered here. The reason for that was because they knew that a world-shaking battle was about to erupt here. Many powerhouses and geniuses of the Holy Land's great sects also rushed over, ready to watch the battle. The crowd even found that there were a few Archean creatures among them. Damn it, Archean creatures of other races are here. This scene caused them to be extremely shocked. Of course, these Archean creatures were also invited away by the elders of the Divine Wind Imperial capital. Which race are these Archean creatures from? They're so powerful. They're not weaker than the Silver Lightning race. Let's not talk about them. Why hasn't Lin Xian arrived yet? Perhaps he hasn't received the news yet. Or perhaps he's on his way here. Of course, among them, the people of the Tuoba family, the Yin-Yang sect, and the Five Elements Palace sneered. I'm afraid he doesn't dare to come. Don't judge Lin Xian with the thoughts of trash like you. Lin Xian's supporters sneered and retorted. That's right, Lin Xian is the Central Emperor, and he just defeated the Silver Lightning race's powerhouse. Why wouldn't he dare? You're the ones who don't dare to say anything. A saint's genius doesn't even dare to fart in front of these Archean creatures. Sneers and mockery sounded one after another. The geniuses of the Holy Land's great sects gritted their teeth and were about to vomit blood. Boz! The arrogant voice of the Silver Lightning race came from the palace again. Is Lin Xian here yet? If he is, tell him to get over here. I can kill him with one slap. The voice was like thunder, turning into an endless sea of thunder in the sky, forming thunderclouds that floated in the sky. These people were so suppressed that they couldn't breathe. It was too terrifying. They were in the palace, but they caused such a terrifying impact in the outside world. These three Silver Lightning race's geniuses were really terrifying. Seeing this scene, the people of the Yin-Yang sect, the Five Elements Palace, and the Tuoba family laughed. That was because they felt that these three Silver Lightning race's powerhouses might really be able to kill Lin Xian. Half a day later, there was a sudden commotion at the gates of the imperial capital. Screams and exclamations could be heard. Lin Xian is here. What? The Central Emperor Lin Xian is here. The cultivators in the city also received the news and moved out one after another. In an instant, the streets, the sky, and all kinds of restaurants and shops were filled with people. Human figures. These people were not ordinary people. Chapter 2794. The dark red divine dragon bared his teeth and glared at the people around him, scaring them so much that they didn't dare to speak. Coming to the front, the dark red divine dragon shouted at the top of his voice. Where are the 3 silver electric race guys? Tell them to get over here. I'll roast them and eat them. He was too angry. Someone actually dared to shout at him. He really didn't know what was good for him. Snake, you're courting death. An angry voice came from the palace. In the sky, the huge thunderclouds trembled and erupted with endless lightning. They surged down, wanting to kill the dark red divine dragon. You want to hurt me with this little bit of lightning? I'll spit on your face. He opened his dragon mouth and endless seawater surged out, surging in the sky and colliding with the thunder that filled the sky. The seawater completely annihilated the thunder and even scattered the thunderclouds in the sky. So powerful. Seeing the dark red divine dragon break the attack of the silver electric race powerhouses with a casual attack, the surrounding cultivators also screamed. Humph! In the distance, 3 figures instantly arrived nearby like lightning. Their faces were gloomy as they stared at the dark red divine dragon. It was indeed a dragon. The intelligence was right. Damn it, this kid actually had a dragon by his side. He shouldn't be from the nest of 10,000 dragons, so we don't have to worry about him. The 3 of them quickly communicated. If he was really from the nest of 10,000 dragons, they would probably have knelt down by now. Unfortunately, the dark red divine dragon wasn't a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons. The 3 silver electric race powerhouses snorted coldly and ignored the dark red divine dragon. Instead, they stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you're finally here. The 3 of them formed a triangle and surrounded Lin Xian. Their bodies emitted a biting cold killing intent, forming a unique domain that enveloped heaven and earth. The 3 of you want to challenge me. And you even said that you want to kill me with a slap. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. That's right, it's us. Kid, you actually dare to injure the emissary of the silver electric race and challenge the authority of the silver electric race. You really want to die. Don't you know that you used to be our slave? Lin Xian smiled. You said it yourself, that was in the past. How many tens of thousands of years had passed? The strength of the human race is far beyond your imagination. I'll give you a chance. Apologize obediently and scram. I can spare your lives. Otherwise, your fate will be. This voice was laced with a biting cold threat. Upon hearing this, the 3 Silver Lightning Clan experts were immediately enraged. Dazzling thunder exploded from their bodies, piercing through all directions. The surrounding martial artists quickly retreated. The elders of the royal family even activated the array formation. Flickering runes appeared on the streets and on the buildings. Seeing the royal capital activate the formation, the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. Once again, he watched with peace of mind. There's no point in talking anymore. Let me see what kind of ability you have to dare to kill me with a single slap. Lin Xian looked at the 3 of them and said, You 3 can come at me together. There's no need for the 3 of us to deal with you. I alone am enough. One of them stepped forward. It was him who had defeated Mo Tianyi with a single punch. Kid, remember me. I mean Feng. The Silver Lightning Clan expert stepped forward, his expression filled with boundless arrogance. Killing you with a single slap is enough. Offending us is the biggest mistake you've made in your life. Your aura is not bad, and your eyes are cold. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to be arrogant in front of me. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed. Why are there always people who don't know what's good for them and want to challenge me? You're courting death. Yin Feng's expression was solemn, and a biting cold light burst out from his eyes. He raised his palm, and an endless sea of lightning spread out from his hand, forming a large silver palm that shone brightly in the sky. Feeling this palm, the peerless powerhouses all trembled. Even the invincible kings felt their scalps go numb. So powerful. This Feng definitely had the strength of an invincible king. No wonder he could defeat Mo Tianyi with a single punch. Everyone exclaimed in shock. Boom! In the sky, the large silver palm carried incomparably mysterious runes as it descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Xian, wanting to smash him into pieces. Lin Xian stood there with his hands behind his back, a confident smile on his face. He didn't move at all. He waited until the palm was right above his head before he raised his hand. His hand clenched into a fist as he charged forward. Boom! The two collided. With a deafening sound, 100,000 thunder fell from the sky. The entire imperial capital's array shone, and runes flickered, forming a super defense. The terrifying energy bombarded, and the sound of stormy waves could be heard. Endless energy waves rushed into the clouds, tearing the sky apart. Too terrifying. The surrounding cultivators exclaimed in shock. The commotion caused by the two's attack was too terrifying. If there weren't any arrays, this attack could probably destroy half of the imperial capital. And these people wouldn't be able to escape either. What terrifying thunder! Even invincible kings didn't dare to touch it lightly. The silver runes on the palm were the bloodline power of the Silver Lightning clan. It was too terrifying. These immemorial creatures had a unique advantage. Exclamations could be heard. Beside him, the other two experts from the Silver Lightning clan were also sneering. How dare he fight with Feng? He was really courting death. This time, his arm would probably be crippled. Not only that, but half of his body would also be smashed. The two of them were very confident. The sea of lightning that filled the sky slowly disappeared. When the crowd saw the situation in the sea of lightning, they were all stunned. Their minds were blank, and their eyes were wide open in disbelief. Especially the other two geniuses from the Silver Palace clan, who screamed. Impossible. Crazy, they were all crazy. Because they saw Lin Xian standing there with his hands behind his back, his body radiating a golden light. As for their companion, Feng, he was in a very sorry state. The lightning on his body dimmed, and his entire arm was deformed. His palm was cracked. Fresh blood dyed his body red. Injured, Feng was actually injured. Damn it, this is impossible. I don't believe it. Feng's physique was so strong, and he even used his bloodline power. This attack should have at least seriously injured him. If he was lucky, he could even kill him. But now, Feng was actually injured, and his opponent was unharmed. The two experts from the Silver Lightning clan went crazy. They could not accept this fact. The surrounding warriors also sucked in a breath of cold air. The silver palm just now made even the invincible kings tremble, but he could easily block it, and even seriously injure his opponent. Ha 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 ha. The nine-yang divine body is indeed powerful. That's right, Lin Xian is mighty. What Silver Lightning clan, how dare you fight with me, Lin Xian in close combat? You're courting death. Do you know what the nine-yang divine body is? Lin Xian's supporters began to mock and ridicule. The dark red divine dragon also sneered. Among the 10,000 ancient races, there were probably not many people who dared to compete with Lin Xian in terms of physique, except for those with extremely strong physiques. After being nourished by the dragon's aura in the nest of 10,000 dragons, Lin Xian's nine-yang divine body had reached the 5th stage of the 2nd level. Chapter 2795. Lin Xian retracted his palm and sneered. Is this what you meant when you said you wanted to kill me with a single slap? Unfortunately, you haven't eaten for tens of thousands of years. Your strength is pitifully weak. Why don't I teach you what it means to kill someone with a single slap? At this point, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a piercing light. His 9-yang divine body released endless light, and balls of 9-yang divine fire surged out, illuminating the world. As his voice fell, he also raised his palm and slapped forward. His palm transformed into a huge golden millstone that could destroy everything. Not good. Yin Feng's pupils shrank, and the surrounding people exclaimed. The expressions of the other 2 silver lightning race prodigies changed drastically. This palm was too terrifying. The 2 of them turned into a gust of wind and rushed forward. They came in front of Yin Feng and fought against him. There was an earth-shattering bang. The 3 silver lightning race prodigies were forced back, and their blood was boiling. Yin Feng was even more affected by the impact of the energy. He cried out and spat out blood again. Lin Xian looked at them and sneered. Why? Can't bear it anymore. Finally, the 3 of you want to attack together. Come on, don't waste my time. Lin Xian waved his hand, looking impatient. This scene made the 3 silver lightning race prodigies gnash their teeth in anger. When had they ever been looked down upon like this? The surrounding Lin Xian supporters also went crazy with mockery. Hey, what 10,000 ancient races? 3 against 1. Do you have any shame? That's right. You were so arrogant before, saying that you could kill our god Lin Xian with a single slap. Why don't you try it now? Give them a chance. Even if the 3 of them fight against 1, they won't be a match for Lin Xian. These people sneered again and again. The 3 silver lightning race prodigies were about to vomit blood. Among them, Yin Feng gritted his teeth. The 2 of you, don't make a move. Let me deal with him personally. I must kill him. Yin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. The power of lightning appeared on his body, and his broken arm recovered. Alright, be careful. This kid seems to have learned an ancient body tempering technique, the 9-yang divine body. Don't fight him head-on. They had heard of the power of the 9-yang divine body. After all, it was a technique that had been passed down for a long time. Don't worry, I know. Yin Feng nodded. He was indeed careless. He didn't expect the other party to have cultivated the unparalleled 9-yang divine physique. But so what? Apart from close combat, he had plenty of other methods and divine abilities. Lightning bolts of the 9-yangs. The moment the silver knife appeared, it emitted a biting cold blade light that illuminated the 9 heavens and 10 earths, causing everyone's bodies to tremble as if they would be cut in half at any moment. What a terrifying blade! That was a treasure. Those older generation figures also exclaimed. There was no need to even think about it. These ancient lifeforms were definitely taking out ancient treasures. 2 of S was a worse off. It wasn't over yet. Then, a ray of light shot out from Yin Feng's forehead, turning into a silver mountain that floated above his head. The silver mountain was incomparably majestic, emitting a terrifying aura. Thousands of rays of light shrouded Yin Feng. Boom! 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 This silver mountain was too terrifying. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space quickly collapsed, and countless large cracks spread in all directions. The surrounding prodigies were also suppressed to the point that they couldn't breathe. How terrifying! Yin Feng actually took out 2 ancient treasures in an instant. Lin Xian was probably in danger. Kid, go to hell. Yin Feng snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and the silver knife flew out. Although it was small, it was extremely sharp. It pierced through the void in an instant. How terrifying! It can already threaten a mid-stage 9-star king. I wonder if Lin Xian's 9-yang divine body can withstand it. Sensing the silver flying dagger, Lin Xian frowned as well. It was indeed terrifying. It reminded him of Li Xuanxian's little leaf flying dagger. However, it was still slightly inferior to the little leaf flying dagger. In the next moment, he would use his fist. Heaven battling divine fist. Boom! 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 The golden fist shook heaven and earth, and a sonorous sound echoed in the sky. The silver knife was sent flying, dancing wildly in the sky. However, it soon circled again under the control of Yin Feng. Kid, you're dead. You won't be able to block my knife. The silver knife in the sky suddenly enlarged, turning into a giant knife that slashed down. Its sharpness also became stronger and stronger. Not good, I didn't use my full strength before. This silver knife is probably more powerful than we imagined. The expressions on the faces of the older generation changed. Even Lin Xian supporters gasped in shock. Great God, Lin Xian, be careful. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, its power was much stronger than before. Humph! With a cold snort, endless sword qi rushed out of his body. It was densely packed like a rain of swords. In the next moment, it collided with the terrifying silver knife. A sonorous sound rang out, and the silver knife was sent flying once again. What? Impossible! It was sent flying. The two silver lightning experts were stunned. Yin Fang's expression froze. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment, he wanted to roar, but soon, he began to tremble. Lin Xian waved his arm, and the sword qi between heaven and earth flew toward him. They collided with the silver mountain, making a sonorous sound. Damn it, block it. Don't worry, he can't break through Yin Fang's defense. Behind him, the two silver lightning experts sneered. However, their smiles soon became firm. Because in their eyes, the silver mountain that they were so confident in was pierced by tens of thousands of swords, and large holes appeared one after another. It's just a Dharma treasure. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of me? Lin Xian burst out with a biting cold light. He had already arrived in front of Yin Feng. Holding a sword qi in his hand, he slashed down from the sky. With a slash of his sword, he split the silver mountain in half. What? How is this possible? Not only did the humans scream, but the other immemorial creatures also came out of the palace. They just happened to see this scene, and their scalps went numb from fear. They knew that the silver lightning race was powerful, especially Yin Feng, who was even more terrifying. However, his Dharma treasure was actually split in half by a single slash of his sword. Who exactly was this human youth? Their gazes were all fixed on Lin Xian. Pfft! Yin Feng vomited large mouthfuls of blood. At this moment, he was at a loss. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it. Pfft! Ah! The sword light slashed down, and his arm was directly sent flying, blood flowing wildly. The pain brought him back to reality. Damn it! He realized that there were more than a dozen piercing sword lights coming down from above. He was scared out of his wits, and he quickly dodged. However, how could he dodge? Soon, his body was cut into pieces. Ah! Yin Feng screamed, and his body reassembled in the distance. His face was pale, and his face was filled with malevolence. I want you dead. He injured two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan with a single sword strike. Powerful, he was too powerful. Could it be that Lin Xian didn't use his full strength when he killed Yin Feng? Yes, that must be it. Lin Xian was too mighty. As expected of the Central Emperor, the top prodigy of the human race. The faces of the older generation were also filled with astonishment. Damn it, who is this kid? They had to find out his identity. The Archean creatures' faces were gloomy. The other party was too powerful and posed a great threat to them. They had to find out who the other party was, what kind of swordsmanship he used, and what his background was. Should they save the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan? One of the Archean creatures asked in a deep voice. This Archean creature had strange patterns that crawled all over his body. Especially the two sides of his cheeks, they were furry. It was very strange, and it made people who saw it feel their hair stand on end. The young man in front of him was the same, but his aura was stronger than his. The young man shook his head. Don't panic. Let's wait and see. The two prodigies should be able to hold on for a while. If we save them at the most critical moment, the Silver Lightning clan will do us a favor. Yes. The Archean creature behind nodded. His eyes flashed with a shocking light, and he was ready to save them at any time. They thought that the two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan could hold on for a while, but they realized that they were wrong. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan were defeated. They had no choice. Firstly, Lin Xian was too powerful. Secondly, they were too shocked, and their minds were still blank. Therefore, they were soon seriously injured. Their bodies had even recombined 5 times. This made their faces pale, and the power in their bodies was quickly draining away. Oh no, let's go. The two of them screamed. They were too careless. They had to go back and report to the prodigies of the clan so that they could kill the detestable kid in front of them. You want to leave? Lin Xian used the yin-yang 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly blocked the path of the two prodigies. Damn it, let's split up and run. The two prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan roared and ran in the opposite direction. No matter how fast the other party was, they didn't believe that he could stop the two of them. However, they were still thinking too much. Lin Xian waved his hand, and the dragon sword domain flew out, turning into a sword dragon. It surged in the sky and directly enveloped one of the prodigies of the Silver Lightning clan. He, on the other hand, was blocking the path of another genius. What last words do you have? Lin Xian looked at the other party and said coldly. Damn kid, how dare you kill me? The Silver Lightning clan, before he could finish, blood spurted out from between his eyebrows, and his body split in half. His soul was destroyed by the sword. This scene shocked everyone. The expressions of the Archean creatures also changed drastically. It was too fast and too decisive. The other party killed them with a single sword strike, leaving them no chance to attack at all. Hurry up and save the last one. The young Archean creature spoke. Immediately, the two figures behind him rushed out, wanting to save the last prodigy of the Silver Lightning clan. This was originally their plan. If they could do the Silver Lightning clan a favor, why not? However, they didn't expect Lin Xian's sword chi to be so fierce. Chapter 2797. Save me. The last Silver Lightning clan genius was shrouded by the dragon sword domain. He was also retreating in defeat as countless sword chi pierced through his body. There was no other way. These sword chi contained the power of the dragon sword soul. How could he resist it? But fortunately, he saw the other two ancient creatures coming to save him. He was very clear about these two ancient creatures. They were from the ancient demon spider clan. Their strength was very terrifying, not weaker than the Silver Lightning clan. In fact, they were a little stronger. Therefore, with the help of the other party, he would definitely be saved. Sure enough, the two ancient creatures opened their mouths and spat out white spider webs, covering the sky and the earth, enveloping the dragon sword domain, trying to bind it. Oh no, it's the ancient demon spider clan. On the human side, some of the older generation figures also screamed. The ancient demon spider clan was very terrifying. It was rumored that they had the bloodline of the heavenly demon spider. It was rumored that their spider webs were very hard, and even the top magic treasures and heaven-grade weapons could not cut them open. If bound by this magic treasure, even an invincible king would not be able to escape. What, so terrifying? Damn it, is the ancient demon spider clan also going to make a move? Won't Lin Xian be in danger? Many people began to worry about Lin Xian. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dragon sword domain in the distance suddenly erupted. It shattered the white spider king spat out by the ancient demon spider above. Then, he burst out an unparalleled sword chi and pierced the body of the last Silver Lightning clan genius. His body was torn to pieces, and his soul was mercilessly destroyed. No! The Silver Lightning race's prodigy let out a blood-curdling scream and vanished into thin air. The two experts of the Archean demon spider clan who had rushed over were also stunned. Their faces were gloomy and terrifying. Dead, the last Silver Lightning clan member was also dead. This made their rescue plan completely fail. Damn kid, how dare you kill him? Their eyes were like lightning, staring at Lin Xian. In an instant, the void around Lin Xian shattered, and two rays of light pierced toward him like divine arrows. They wanted to pierce through him. Lin Xian's long sword swept horizontally, directly sending the two gazes flying. In the next moment, the dragon sword's spiritual domain enlarged in the sky, floating above the heads of the two ancient demon spiders. What, do you want to die too? Lin Xian looked at the other party. He did not have a good impression of these ancient creatures. The other party was too arrogant and insolent. How could Lin Xian be willing to accept the fact that they were all treated as slaves? It was no longer the primordial era. These primordial life forms did not have the right to be arrogant in front of him. You dare to attack us? You're courting death. The two ancient demon spiders were enraged. The one on the left stretched out a palm with a terrifying pattern on it, and grabbed down from the sky. On his right, he pointed his finger at Lin Xian's glabella. It was as if his entire body was a sword. Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's expression was ice-cold. The ancient dragon abyss sword in his hand emitted a blinding light as he slashed forward. Boom! Boom! The ancient sword waved, and the dragon-shaped sword chi danced. The entire void was completely torn apart. In the next moment, the three people's attacks collided in the sky. An extremely resplendent light burst forth as waves of energy surged in all directions. Boom! The terrifying energy was vast and mighty. A strange rune appeared on Lin Xian's body, and there was no need to dodge at all. The energy only made a thunderous sound on his body, and could not hurt him. She used her powerful strength to subdue other races to serve her. This kind of subjugation was very common among the 10,000 ancient races. Because these 10,000 ancient races worshipped power, it was very common for them to be subdued. At this moment, these ancient life-form servants were very angry. Yin Hua's face was gloomy. No need, this time I will personally kill him. He was thoroughly enraged. So what if the other party was Immortal Palace's palace master? No matter how powerful he was just a human. In front of the 10,000 ancient races, he could only kneel. He actually dared to resist. Where was he? He should still be in the imperial capital. Even if he left, he couldn't have gone too far. Let's go. With a roar, the thunderclouds in the sky turned into a thunder dragon. With a roar, it drilled into the clouds and disappeared. Only balls of lightning were left, still rolling in all directions. Looking at the disappearing figure, the young man from the ancient demon spider clan curled his lips into a smile. The next moment, he also waved his hand. Let's go. These people also left. Yinhua's speed was very fast. Not long after, she saw a majestic city below. Immediately, she frowned. It seemed that this should be the imperial capital of the Divine Wind Dynasty. Master, do you want us to directly go down and capture that kid and kill him? There's no need. Yinhua shook her head. That kid dared to attack us, which means he has something to rely on. Let's see how many invincible kings he has with him first before we make a move. First, seal the surroundings. Behind him, 7 or 8 ancient life forms swayed and came to the 4 corners of the world. Yinhua went to the 9 heavens and looked down with her cold eyes. She would not enter the imperial capital. She had to wait until she met him outside. As soon as he came out, she would kill him mercilessly. In this way, she could guarantee that no one and no formation would stop her. In the Divine Wind Dynasty's imperial capital, Lin Xian and the Divine Wind Dynasty's sacred master drank tea and chatted for a while. Then, Lin Xian came out. After leaving the palace, he and the dark red dragon's figures swayed and also disappeared from the street. Soon, they left the imperial capital and soared into the sky. Master, that kid is out. In the south, an ancient life form quickly transmitted his voice. Immediately, Yinhua opened her eyes in the 9 heavens. Buzz! A jade-like hand reached out and grabbed downwards. Thunderbolts that blotted out the sky and covered the earth descended, each of them as thick as a bucket. They were densely packed and covered the entire space. This scene was as if the world was about to be destroyed. Damn, someone is plotting against us. Below, the dark red dragon screamed. Lin Xian also frowned. What was going on? They had just come out, and they had already suffered such terrifying lightning. This must be a plot. Who was it? Damn it, it was those people from the Silver Lightning race. Chapter 2799. You're the one who killed the powerhouses of the Silver Lightning race. A pair of cold eyes appeared in the sky, carrying with them the power of lightning. Everyone trembled in fear. Lin Xian also felt a wave of pressure. The great dragon sword soul in his body roared and instantly relieved the pressure. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he faced the attack. That's right, it's me. Who are you? Are you from the Silver Lightning race? If you want revenge, come here and die. Good boy, you have guts. But you're too reckless. As he spoke, heaven and earth rumbled, and endless lightning descended and enveloped Lin Xian. Then, he tore open the void and disappeared. No, Lin Xian has been teleported out. Many powerhouses cried out in surprise and quickly chased after him. They all rose into the air. However, the scene of Lin Xian and the mysterious man had already disappeared. Where did they go? They're probably millions of miles away. Should I go and take a look? Let's go and look for them. In the imperial city, many people began to search in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. Who is the other party? What a terrifying technique. It doesn't seem to be the younger generation. After all, the younger generation did not have such terrifying strength, and he would not have felt so much pressure. Be careful, boy. That's a treasure. The dark red dragon said from the side. The two of them had strong physiques, so they could withstand the endless lightning attacks. It seems that she has teleported us out. No, I can't let them succeed. What if it's a trap? Lin Xian said. Ruffian dragon, think of a way to destroy it. Don't worry. The dark red dragon said. He waved his dragon claws and began to break the array. Although the other party was using a treasure, it was still a kind of array formation. He was very proficient in it. With Lin Xian's help, it did not take long for the two of them to break through the sea of lightning and rush out. Damn it, you're finally out. How dare you plot against me? I want to see who it is. As soon as the dark red dragon came out, it roared in all directions. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by endless sword light. You're quite capable to come out. No wonder you were able to kill the prodigies of my Silver Lightning clan. In the sky, the cold voice sounded again. Upon hearing this voice, Lin Xian and the Crimson Dragon looked up at the sky. They could see a mysterious woman standing above the 9 heavens with an icy expression, as if she were a queen staring down at them. Around them, there were 7 archaic life forms firmly surrounding them. The 7 archaic life forms all had different expressions on their faces. Clearly, he was not a member of the Silver Lightning clan. Could it be that these ancient creatures had joined forces? If that was the case, then things would be troublesome. No. The dark red dragon shook its head. They should be slaves. The dark red divine dragon had a better understanding of these primordial creatures. Therefore, he explained. When Lin Xian heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the 10,000 ancient races didn't join forces, there wouldn't be a problem. He could tell that the mysterious woman in the sky was very powerful. His strength had reached the late stage of the 9-star king realm. Even among the invincible kings, he was an extremely terrifying existence. Kid, let's work together. This guy is too strong. He's probably an old monster. The dark red divine dragon transmitted his voice. He naturally felt how powerful the other party was. Lin Xian nodded, and the sword chi on his body became even colder. The dark red divine dragon let out a roar, displaying endless dragon might. Above, Silver Flower frowned. You're that dragon. Dragons are actually in cahoots with ant-like humans. You're really embarrassing the divine beasts. However, since you're not a dragon from the nest of 10,000 dragons, then don't blame me for being impolite. I heard that drinking dragon blood can allow the 10,000 ancient races to evolve. Today, I'm going to verify if this legend is true. She looked at the dark red divine dragon, and a cold light burst out from her eyes. Bah, you want to compete with your Grandpa Long's blood? Do you want to die? In a while, I'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. You don't know death. Above, Silver Flower made her move. A silver light flickered in the sky, tearing the void apart. A terrifying silver lightning blade slashed towards Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Wherever it passed, everything was cut in half. No power could resist it. Boom! Boom! Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon resisted head-on. The two of them also attacked. An intense collision sound rang out. Then, the two of them retreated, shattering the void. What terrifying power! Lin Xian's chi and blood roiled, but he quickly suppressed it. As expected of a late-stage 9-star king, she was indeed terrifying. This power was so terrifying. On the other side, the dark red divine dragon was also grinning. Clearly, that attack just now also gave him a lot of pressure. Kid, you're quite capable. You were actually able to block my attack without being injured. But unfortunately, I only used 10,000 units of the ancient era's power just now. That's not my full strength at all. In fact, I didn't even use half of my strength. In the sky, Silverflower's voice was cold, and her eyes were filled with disdain. Her casual attack made the two of them retreat. If she attacked with her full strength, she could guarantee that she could easily kill these two people. 10,000 units of the ancient era's power. What was that? Lin Xian frowned. He didn't understand at all. The dark red divine dragon at the side explained. This was a calculation method of the 10,000 ancient races. Reaching 9-star king, the weakest would have 9,000 units of the ancient era's power. It wouldn't be weaker than this. And these invincible kings, because of their different bloodlines and talents, there would be differences in strength. The 10,000 ancient races had developed a method that could describe the strength of this kind of strength. They called it the ancient era's power. It was said that the weakest 9-star king, Thailand, had 9,000 units of the ancient era's power, and the strongest had 100,000 units of the ancient era's power. However, reaching 100,000 units of the ancient era's power was already the limit of a king. It seemed that no one could break this rule. Further up was the power of a saint. I didn't expect you to know so clearly. As expected of the dragons. But it's a pity. So what if you know clearly? The cultivation of the two of you should only be peerless powerhouses, right? Two mere 8-star kings being able to compete with the invincible kings of Class 1 is already very heaven-defying. They can indeed become geniuses. But it's a pity that you met me. I won't give you a chance. To tell you the truth, my full strength is 30,000 units of the ancient era's power. Do you think the two of you can compete with me? What? 30,000 units of the ancient era's power. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon was shocked. This kid seems to be an incredible fellow. Lin Xian was also shocked. Although he had just learned about the rules of the 10,000 ancient races, from the description of the dark red divine dragon, an ordinary 9-star invincible king would have 9,000 units of the ancient era's power. But the other party had 30,000 units of the ancient era's power. The gap between them was simply too great. Ruffian dragon, how much archaic power do you have? What about me? Lin Xian asked. Chapter 28:01. The dark red divine dragon was also shocked. Kid, are you alright? He opened his mouth and spat out the Jiao dragon scissors. He quickly activated them and turned them into 2 dragons. They rushed forward and blasted the remaining 5 colored lightning away. This guy was too terrifying. After all, he was an archaic expert. Hurry up and use the half-step saint artifact. Lin Xian nodded. He also took out the 9-story pagoda. In an instant, their strength increased to 25,000 archaic power. A half-step saint artifact. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure in your hands. Silverflower looked at the half-step saint artifacts in their hands. Her eyes flickered, and a hint of passion appeared in her eyes. Half-step saint artifacts weren't cabbages. Even she didn't have many of them. If she could have one more, it would be a huge fortune. It seemed that the two of you had a lot of treasures on you. I'll kill you, and everything you have will be mine. She stretched out two big hands and grabbed forward. Although the two of them had used half-step saint artifacts, their archaic power was still inferior to hers. She wasn't afraid at all. Boom! Boom! The three of them exchanged more than 100 moves. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Damn, this woman was too terrifying. She could actually resist a half-step saint artifact with her bare hands. Was this a late-stage 9-star invincible king? It was too terrifying. Lin Xian was also shocked. He could now easily kill early-stage 9-star invincible kings. He could even kill mid-stage 9-star invincible kings. However, he didn't expect a late-stage 9-star invincible king to be so terrifying. He took out a half-step saint artifact to fight against her. He even joined hands with the dark red divine dragon, but he still couldn't injure her. This scene was truly unbelievable to him. Buzz golden runes flashed in his eyes, and a soul attack instantly surged out. Buzz! Silverflower's body stiffened, and the lightning on her body also stopped. A trace of emptiness appeared in her eyes. Great, attack quickly. The two of them waved their attacks and charged forward. Bam! Silverflower was blasted away, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. However, her body didn't split open. The 5-colored lightning around her formed a 5-colored armor that enveloped her body. After retreating for tens of thousands of miles, Silverflower stopped. She screamed, "Damn it, I'm going to kill you." She was truly too furious. She was a grand archaic expert. He was actually sent flying by 2 human ants. If news of this were to spread, how would she be able to maintain her standing among the 10,000 ancient races? He would probably lose all his face. Soul attack. Damn it. You actually have a soul attack. Brat, I won't forgive you. Silverflower roared, and the power of her bloodline burst forth, forming a lotus between her eyebrows. It defended her soul, preventing her opponent from using another soul attack. Kill with a shout, she suddenly appeared beside Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, giving them a fright. What incredible speed! Lin Xian's pupils constricted. His opponent's speed was too fast. It was hard for them to react. In an instant, the opponent's 5-colored divine lightning enveloped the two of them. There were many cracks on Lin Xian's body. The dark red mystical dragon's body was also charred black. At the critical moment, Lin Xian roared, "Xiao Bai!" The snow-white little monkey instantly rushed out. Raising its hand, it slapped Silverflower's face directly. 3 seconds of dizziness. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silverflower was affected by the snow-white monkey's divine power. These 3 seconds gave Lin Xian and the dark red mystical dragon an opportunity. The two of them instantly rushed out of the 5-colored divine lightning. At the same time, Lin Xian's eyes exploded with a cold light. He directly drew his dragon-shaped sword and slashed forward. The dark red mystical dragon also spat out a mouthful of thick blood, staining the dragon scissors. Buzz! The dragon scissors trembled, and the two dragons released endless blood-colored light as if they had come alive. Their power increased greatly. Boom! 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 The two's earth-shattering attacks landed on Silverflower's body. The 5-colored armor on Silverflower's body instantly shattered, and the 2 rays of light sent her flying again. This time, she retreated hundreds of thousands of miles. Silverflower once again spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Lin Xian's sword chi even left a sword mark on her body. Injured, Master is actually injured. Damn it, that's impossible. The four archaic life forms' faces were filled with fear. They didn't dare to believe that a brat could actually injure their master. Was this heaven-defying? Silverflower stopped, her body trembling with anger. The five-colored thunder surrounded her, enveloping her injuries. However, she frowned. Damn it, there was an aura left in her injuries that her five-colored divine lightning couldn't erase. What kind of sword chi was that? How could it be so terrifying? Silverflower was extremely shocked. Even with her 30,000 archaic life force, she couldn't erase that sword chi. That was too shocking. Damn it, what was that sword shadow in this brat's hand? It was too surprising. One had to know that she estimated that the other party was only a young genius with 20,000 archaic life force. Even if she used a half-step sage artifact, such a terrifying weapon, she could only reach 25,000 archaic life force. But that sword strike just now had at least 28,000 archaic life force. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that her full strength was only 30,000 archaic life force. The other party was only 2,000 archaic life force lower than her. It was too shocking. She was a late-stage 9-star powerhouse. The other party was only a peerless early-stage 8-star powerhouse. How many realms were there between the two of them? Damn it, there must be something wrong with that sword shadow in the other party's hand. Silverflower gritted her teeth. She swore that after killing the other party, she must obtain that sword shadow. Brat, you've completely angered me. Although you have many treasures on you, there's still a gap between you and me. Silverflower's expression was extremely cold. The aura on her body became more and more terrifying. The entire air was filled with violent thunder, as if an apocalyptic heavenly tribulation was about to erupt. Boom! 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 Around her, lightning beasts appeared one after another, emitting a terrifying aura, causing the entire world to change color. Boom! With a palm strike, under the power of the Silver Point race's bloodline, the five-colored divine lightning was terrifying to the extreme. This power could look down on everything. Not good. Brat, don't take it head-on. The dark red divine dragon roared and recalled the dragon scissors. It circled around him, forming a powerful defense. At the same time, he once again used the great ability of the dragons to contend with it. Lin Xian's expression was also incomparably solemn. He had to admit that the other party's strength was too strong. This power was still enough to threaten him. Even if he had the 9-yang divine body, it wouldn't be enough. With a roar, the 9-yang divine body bloomed with endless light. Golden runes flashed in his eyes as he searched for a place where the energy between heaven and earth was weak. He quickly used the yin-yang 8 steps to dodge. The sword chi in his hand constantly waved, piercing through the weak energy and entering it. Chapter 2802. But in the end, he actually survived. When the storm disappeared and the palm landed on the ground, Lin Xian's body had some wounds, but they weren't serious. Kid, do you have any ideas? The dark red dragon came to Lin Xian's side. Why don't the two of us work together to activate the dragon sword shadow? Lin Xian nodded. It seemed like that was the only way. The dark red dragon spat out a mouthful of blood onto the dragon-shaped sword shadow. Buzz! The dragon-shaped sword shadow trembled as if it had come to life, bursting out with an unparalleled light. The light of the 9 heavens and 10 earths was completely pierced by the sword chi. At this moment, the 4 archaic creatures knelt on the ground, trembling non-stop, unable to raise their heads. Yin Hua's expression also changed. Damn it, this power, what the hell is this thing? Her expression was solemn as she used the five-colored divine lightning to the extreme. At the same time, she took the initiative to attack. Because she knew that the other party's attack was enough to threaten her. Attack! Lin Xian roared as he poured all his power into the dragon-shaped sword shadow. The dark red dragon did the same. The dragon sword shadow rumbled and turned into a giant sword shadow that was thousands of feet long. It slashed down from the sky. Yin Hua also attacked. A pair of five-colored palms went against the heavens and attacked Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. But she was still a step too late. The dragon-shaped sword shadow in the sky slashed down and collided with the two five-colored palms. Between heaven and earth, endless light flickered. The area within 5 million miles was completely enveloped by this terrifying energy. Boom! Boom! The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed. Countless demonic beasts below were turned into ashes by this energy. The aftermath spread out in all directions like a huge earthquake. Those warriors who rushed over from the imperial capital couldn't find it at first, but now that they felt this power, their expressions changed as they looked into the distance. What a terrifying aura! In the distance, a pillar of light that reached the sky flashed like a heavenly sword. There were five-colored divine lightning, like a heavenly tribulation. Over there, it should be that battle. Let's go and take a look. They determined the direction and quickly rushed over. A fierce collision occurred between heaven and earth. The dark red dragon and Lin Xian kept retreating. The damage caused by the aftermath of this energy was simply too great. The two of them directly entered the black earth. The black earth kept rolling and colliding, but fortunately, it was incomparably sturdy and wasn't damaged. The four ancient life forms were directly turned to dust by this energy. They had no time to escape. Silver Flower was also heavily injured. The slash slashed through the two five-colored palms and landed on her body, shattering her five-colored armor once again. Not only that, but the sword also split her body in half. Ah! Silver Flower's miserable voice rang out, piercing through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. It was too miserable. Her body was directly split apart. The two halves of the corpse floated in the sky. Blood surged around her and dyed the void red, forming a sea of blood. Damn it! Silver Flower roared madly, and the two halves of her body quickly healed together. However, in an instant, it split apart again. The aura of the dragon sword soul was too terrifying. Even a late-stage 9-star king like Silver Flower couldn't completely destroy it. Unless it took a long time. But now, where could he find so much time? On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon walked out again. Humph! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and the dark red dragon also exclaimed. As expected of the dragon sword soul, it's indeed powerful. It can even kill such a terrifying ancient life form with a single slash. Kid, what do we do now? Looking at Silver Flower, who was still broken after more than 10 times, the dark red dragon asked with a smile. Lin Xian's eyes burst out with light. Of course, we'll destroy her soul. The other party wanted to kill him, so how could he hold back? Hearing these cold words, Silver Flower's soul screamed, "Damn kid, you dare to kill me. I'm a powerhouse of the Silver Electric race. If you kill me, the Silver Electric race won't let you off. I've already heard this 3 times. Not only you, but also those 3 prodigies. However, I still managed to kill him. So, such threats are useless against me. If you want to threaten me, try something new." Lin Xian sneered, and golden runes flashed in his eyes. He activated the soul ignition secret technique, and Silver Flower's soul seemed to be ignited. She screamed crazily. "Aw, damn it! Soul attack. Bloodline power, condense for me. She roared crazily, and her soul controlled the surrounding sea of blood to crazily wrap around her. Although her body was gone, the sea of blood reformed and formed a blood person, temporarily wrapping around her soul. Silver Flower couldn't stop panting. That attack just now had caused her soul to be injured as well. Kid, just you wait. I won't let you off. A body formed by blood let out a cold voice. The next moment, the bloody hand waved and covered the two halves of the corpse. Then, Silver Flower controlled the blood in the sky and ran into the distance. To be honest, she was too shocked. The other party's sword chi was too strange. Her broken body couldn't heal. This was something she had never encountered before. So, she had to leave quickly. After returning to the clan and healing her body, she would kill the other party after recuperating. Now, she had to ensure her safety. You want to leave? Do you think you can? Lin Xian snorted and waved the dragon-shaped sword again. Streaks of sword chi slashed at the blood. The blood was quickly obliterated. In an instant, 1/3 of the blood was cut clean. Silver Flower screamed crazily. She was really scared. The other party was too terrifying. She didn't dare to say anything. She just ran crazily. She quickly formed hand seals and burned her blood to form a bloodline secret technique. She directly tore through the void and escaped. Not good, kid. She used a bloodline secret technique and burned her blood. Chase after her. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed. Lin Xian also frowned. Indeed, the other party was too fast. He couldn't find her in an instant. He activated the heavenly secret divine eyes. A pair of golden eyes above his head looked down at the ground. Soon, he discovered a monstrous blood-colored aura millions of miles away. Found her. Let's go. Ruffian Dragon, use the array formation. The two of them activated the array formation, tore through the void, and quickly chased after her. In front of them, Silver Flower increased her speed after using a secret technique. Then, she heaved a sigh of relief. She swore that she would definitely take revenge. She would capture those two people and cut them into tens of thousands of pieces. However, not long after, she screamed. She was so scared that she almost wet her pants. The reason for that was because she discovered that not far away, space had split open, and two figures had actually appeared. Damn it! They're here. How is this possible? Chapter 2803. This scene scared Silver Flower out of her wits. She used her secret technique again and didn't hesitate to burn her blood to escape. Lin Xian also activated the array formation. The two of them flew quickly in the sky, one in front and one behind. There were many figures in front of them. They were the human cultivators who were rushing over to watch the battle. Silver Flower didn't know that. She thought that these people were called over by Lin Xian to surround and kill her. Therefore, she screamed, "Damn human, go to hell." With a furious roar, the terrifying blood turned into a blood sword and rushed forward, slashing forward. In an instant, the void in front of them shattered. Many human cultivators were instantly killed. There were even a few invincible kings among them. Seeing this scene, the remaining warriors screamed like they had gone mad. Damn it, demon, he's a demon. He killed several invincible kings with a single sword strike and brought so many peerless almighties with him. Was this something a human could do? The powerhouses of the 10,000 Archean races were too terrifying. Damn it, was Lin Xian fighting with such a person? Where was he? Could it be that he had been killed? No way, did you say that Lin Xian had died? These people were extremely shocked. Many of the saints and saintesses' eyelids twitched. Indeed, such an ancient powerhouse had exceeded their range of tolerance. They probably couldn't even withstand a single move from the other party. If Lin Xian were to fight with such a person, the odds would be stacked against him. The people from the Yinyang sect and the Tuoba family all sneered. If Lin Xian was really killed, it would be great. It would be something worth celebrating. However, very soon, they were stunned. Their expressions became extremely ugly, and their eyes were filled with intense fear. They all trembled. Because the void not far away cracked open, and two figures walked out. It was Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. After Lin Xian came out, he slashed forward with his sword. Let's see where you can escape. Seeing that the other party was chasing after her again, Silver Flower screamed and turned into a wave of blood that rolled into the distance. Damn brat, just you wait, I won't let you off. She screamed as she ran. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly gave chase. The surrounding human ancient martial art practitioners were stunned. Their minds were blank and they could not believe what they were seeing. What did they see? Lin Xian was pursuing an ancient powerhouse. And this ancient powerhouse could casually kill several invincible kings. Heavens, how is this possible? I'm not dreaming, am I? When did Lin Xian become so powerful? These people were all crazy. The saints and saintesses, in particular, were trembling in fear. Previously, they had thought that Lin Xian had been killed, but who would have thought that things were not as they had imagined? It was Lin Xian chasing after the experts of the 10,000 ancient races. This scene was simply too shocking. Lin Xian was incomparably domineering, chasing after Silver Flower until she had no path to heaven and no door to hell. Finally, at 9 million miles, Lin Xian caught up to him. Using the Great Dragon Sword Soul and the Heavenly Fate God Eye, he destroyed his opponent's soul. Pang! Two halves of the body fell to the ground, sinking the ground. A sea of blood surged and enveloped the surroundings. Within a radius of 5 million miles. It was directly shattered. Nothing could be done about it. This was the blood of an ancient powerhouse. It contained extremely terrifying energy. Every drop was incomparably terrifying. Kid, don't waste this blood. It's good for us. The dark red divine dragon began to set up an array. The array rotated, collecting the surrounding blood. Lin Xian nodded. It was just right to use it to temper the 9 yang divine body. Buzz! He entered the array, and the endless blood of the ancient powerhouse drowned the two of them. This blood carried monstrous killing intent and terrifying energy as it constantly bombarded Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian's body split open. He began to cultivate according to the cultivation technique of the 9 yang divine body. This scene was too terrifying. Monstrous blood energy soared into the sky. That shocking aura was something that even invincible kings did not dare to casually step into. Therefore, the surrounding human martial art practitioners did not dare to approach at all. They could only watch this terrifying scene from outside. They were all guessing if that ancient powerhouse had fallen. Moreover, no one dared to go and watch. After all, even invincible kings were not enough to deal with that level of powerhouse. Amidst the vast mountains, a group of figures descended. These people were dressed in strange clothes, and they were very strange. There were terrifying patterns on their bodies. Obviously, they were not humans. These were the people of the ancient demon spider group. After they left the imperial capital, they came to this mountain range to look for the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb. The place where this spiritual herb was located was a damaged ruin, which should have been left behind by an ancient powerhouse. Therefore, there were terrifying remnants of the array. There were even a few terrifying demon kings guarding the area. After all, the 8,000-year-old spiritual herb was not only wanted by these ancient creatures, but also by those powerful demon kings. The young man of the ancient demon spider clan, for souls, led his subordinates and began to break the array. He had even killed 2 powerful demon kings. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, the earth trembled, and the surrounding mountains collapsed as if there was an earthquake. The sky shook and the earth shook. What was going on? What happened? Could it be that another demon king had come? Those ancient demon spider clan powerhouses were puzzled. For souls also frowned, and a piercing light burst out from his eyes, sweeping in all directions. However, he did not find any powerful demon kings. The next moment, he looked up at the sky, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the sky was dyed red, and a boundless aura was gathering in this direction. It was so terrifying. What was this? The other ancient demon spiders also saw this scene. They all rose into the air and looked into the distance. What a terrifying blood! Had a peerless powerhouse fallen? Or was he practicing some strange cultivation method? They looked into the distance and exclaimed. The monstrous energy contained in this sea of blood was too terrifying. Why do I feel that this blood is so familiar? It contains a terrifying power of thunder and lightning. Could it be the blood of a powerhouse of the Silver Lightning clan? An ancient creature muttered in a low voice. As soon as this was said, the expressions of the others changed drastically. Don't talk nonsense. How could a powerhouse of the Silver Lightning clan fall? Although 3 geniuses have fallen, the blood of the 3 of them added together isn't as terrifying as this. This is definitely a peerless powerhouse. Who can kill such a powerhouse? Who dares to kill him? The ancient creatures were puzzled. For souls also frowned. The situation is not simple. Perhaps a terrifying human powerhouse has made a move. For soul's expression was also solemn. The ancient lifeforms also quickly retreated. They hid their auras. The golden eyes were naturally Lin Xian's. He used his heavenly secret god eyes to observe the situation in the distance. He saw clearly that in the distant mountain range, there were several corpses of ancient lifeforms, and blood was flowing. There was also a broken ancient cave dwelling. Soon, he withdrew his gaze. The dark red dragon asked. Kid, how was it? What did you see? Lin Xian told him what he saw. After hearing this, the dark red dragon narrowed its eyes. It seems that it should be an ancient ruin. However, it was discovered by these ancient lifeforms. He must have touched the formation just now, so he launched that attack. Lin Xian nodded. He thought so too. Moreover, he said that the corpses of those ancient lifeforms seemed to be from the ancient demon spider clan that he encountered in the palace. The ancient demon spider clan. The dark red dragon was also surprised. It's them. It seems that there must be something good in the broken cave dwelling. Should we go and take a look? That's good too. Lin Xian nodded. If it was really those people in the imperial capital, he was not afraid now. Although there were many ancient lifeforms, and there was a young man who looked very powerful, he and the dark red dragon's strength were enough to deal with them. Therefore, they decided to go and check it out. After all, they were very thirsty for energy now. The two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the distant mountain range. Not long after, they descended from the sky. The dark red dragon saw a few ancient lifeforms' corpses in the surroundings, and there were terrifying energy remnants in the surroundings. Lin Xian looked around and found that there was no one around. The other ancient lifeforms should have left. The dark red dragon looked at the ancient cave dwelling in front of it, and its eyes shone with understanding. What a terrifying formation. Although it's so broken, it still has such a strong attack power. No wonder it can kill so many ancient lifeforms in an instant. Can we break it? Lin Xian asked. Don't worry, who am I? Is there a formation that I can't break? Give me some time, I promise I'll break it. The dark red dragon swayed its tail, rushed forward, and began to study the formation. Lin Xian also came forward, and the two of them prepared to work together to break it. In the distance, the four souls led the ancient demon spiders away from the ancient palace and retreated into the distance. However, they did not leave. After all, they were determined to get the 8,000-year-old elixir in the ancient cave dwelling. However, they had to lie low for now. The four souls formed a seal with their palms, and a strange light appeared in their eyes. Around the ancient cavern, the eyes of the corpses of the ancient lifeforms that had been killed suddenly moved. They also flickered with a strange light and began to move. This scene was very strange. Lin Xian did not notice it because he did not expect that the eyes of the dead could not move. Sir, what's the situation? Is it a human Holy Lord level powerhouse? The ancient demon spiders in the distance asked. The four souls shook his head. No, damn it, it's that kid. It's that Lin Xian. What? Are you talking about the Immortal Palace clan? He actually came here. Is he going to rob us? Chapter 2805. Four souls also frowned. That shouldn't be the case. I already told that Silverflower. Logically speaking, with Silverflower's strength, she should be able to easily kill the other party. But why was the other party still alive? Could it be that Silverflower did not encounter the other party? Thinking about it, he felt that there was only such a possibility. He never thought that the two sides would meet, and Silverflower would be killed. In his view, this was impossible. He was very clear about how powerful Silverflower's strength was. How could this kid possibly contend with the one in front of him? However, when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon cracking the array formation, his eyes lit up, and the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. Don't act rashly. These two people seem to have a certain level of attainment in array formations. They are cracking the array formation of the ancient cave mansion. Wait for them to crack the array formation, then we'll charge in and snatch that 8,000-year-old spirit medicine. At the same time, kill these two people. A cruel light emerged in his eyes. The others laughed as well. Yes, that ancient array formation was too great a threat to them. A divine light directly killed several of their companions. They did not dare to face it anymore. Now that someone helped them crack the array formation, that was really too good. These people all waited here patiently. This wait lasted for 8 days. On this day, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon made a move and finally found the flaw of the array formation, successfully cracking the array formation. With a crack, that ancient peerless killing intent disappeared, and the light of the array formation also dimmed. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon both breathed a sigh of relief. In the distance, in the endless mountain range, for souls and these ancient demon spider race creatures also cheered wildly in excitement. Great, it's cracked. Finally cracked. Did not expect these two guys to have such high attainments in array formations. To be able to crack this kind of peerless array formation. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry up and go. Four souls stood up, and with a wave of their hands, they flew forward overwhelmingly. In front, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon prepared to enter after the two broke the array formation. However, they frowned instead. They perceived a powerful energy fluctuation coming from behind. Many figures flickered, flying towards this side. Damn it, someone's coming. Lin Xian's eyes flashed with a golden light, and his face sank. It was a member of the ancient demon spider clan. What? They're back. Damn it, they couldn't have been waiting here for us to break the formation, right? The dark red divine dragon instantly understood the reason behind this. These guys actually dared to let us take the lead and reap the benefits of others. He really wanted to kill them. Lin Xian said in a low voice. Then let's kill them. He turned around, and the two of them stood side by side as they stared at the 6 primordial creatures that had appeared before them. The person at the front was none other than the 4th soul. He brought his 5 subordinates to the sky and looked down at Lin Xian. Ha 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 ha, kid, I didn't expect you to be able to break the formation. Thank you very much. Don't worry, since you've broken the formation, I'll give you a quick death. Let you die less painfully. If you have any last words, please leave them. Behind him, the primordial creatures all sneered. They looked down at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon as if they were looking at dead people. The dark red divine dragon gritted his teeth. Damn it, you want to kill us? Who do you think you are? Come here, I'll slap you to death. Lin Xian also sneered. He had even killed the powerful silver flower, let alone these primordial creatures. You're really courting death. Since that's the case, I'll fulfill your wish. Lin Xian's body burst out with a biting cold aura. Kid, you really don't know what's good for you. Do you think you can contend against me just because you killed 3 Silver Lightning Clan geniuses? The 4th soul sneered. Let me tell you, the strongest of the 3 Silver Lightning Clan geniuses only has 12,000 units of archaic power. However, I've reached 18,000 units of archaic power. I can also easily kill all 3 of them together. Kid, you're not my match at all. Kneel down obediently, and I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, if you offend me, I'll make you wish you were dead. Kid, hurry up and kneel. Before our Lord gets angry, you're dead. The primordial creatures beside him also hooted and sneered. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes after hearing this. 18,000 units of archaic power. They were indeed powerful. But so what? He could even kill Silver Flower, who had 30,000 units of archaic power, let alone a mere opponent. Moreover, he didn't need to use the dragon-shaped sword Shadow. His own strength was enough to kill the opponent. One had to know that according to the dark red divine dragon, he had reached 21,000 units of archaic power. Now, his 9-yang divine body had improved again, and his archaic power was estimated to be around 22,000 units. The dark red divine dragon beside him also had about 21,000 units. Either of them could easily get rid of the other. Where did the other party get the confidence to show off in front of them? How about this, I won't kill you. Lin Xian gazed ahead. Hand over all your ancient treasures. At the same time, each of you will give me half of your primordial blood. I can spare your lives. What? Lin Xian's words had completely angered these primordial creatures. They would give him half of their blood and give him all their treasures. What a joke. They were the 10,000 ancient races, high and mighty. Humans were only their slaves. Now, a slave dared to say such words to them. He really didn't know what death was. The fourth soul was so angry that his face darkened. "Kid, you're dead meat. I've decided that I'll make you wish you were dead." He roared angrily and charged over. His posture was very arrogant. His palm covered the sky and the earth, enveloping Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon at the same time. He wanted to capture the two of them together. This was because he was very confident. 18,000 units of archaic power made him too powerful. Unless it was an even more terrifying existence from the ancient royal family or the imperial family, only then would they be able to threaten him. Otherwise, it would be an extremely terrifying senior figure. He didn't put someone like Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian was expressionless. He raised his fist and punched out. This punch was simple and direct, but it was also very violent. The Nine Suns' divine fist was unleashed like a sun, meeting the attack head-on. Chapter 28:06. Damn it, could it be that the other party used some terrifying weapon? Before they could figure it out, the Four Souls Hall screamed again. That was because the dark red dragon spewed out balls of flames that enveloped the remaining half of the palm. Whoosh! The palm was burning rapidly. The dark red dragon's strength also exceeded the Four Souls Hall's, so in an instant, half of the Four Souls Hall's arm was ignited. He screamed crazily, and the mysterious patterns on his body appeared, forming a force that suppressed the flames. His body was charred black, his face pale, and he kept panting. His cold eyes were spewing flames. "Damn it, you've completely angered me. I'm going to tear you into pieces." He roared, and the broken arm was restored again. At the same time, the patterns on his body became more and more terrifying. Behind him, a few black branches appeared. There were yellow flower runes on them, making them look like tree branches. But if one looked carefully, they would find that they were spider feet. They were originally from the ancient demonic spider clan, and their main bodies were large spiders. At this moment, the Four Souls Hall transformed into their main bodies. 8 spider feet bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Each of them was like a peerless divine spear, piercing through the void and quickly charging toward Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. "Go to hell, kid!" he roared crazily. 8 silhouettes that looked like divine spears pierced through the void. In an instant, they arrived beside Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. This time, he didn't hold back at all. He could easily kill several holy saint-level heavenly gums, so in his opinion, this time, the other party was definitely dead for sure. "You don't know what's good for you." Lin Xian let out a long roar and took a step forward. His hands shone with golden light as he grabbed forward. In an instant, he grabbed the 4 divine spears and then pulled hard. With a crack, the Four Souls Hall's claws were directly broken. "Ah!" An earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by screams, and blood splattered again. The Four Souls Hall was in so much pain that it almost fainted. Its claws were easily broken by the other party. How is that possible? He was too shocked. He had 18,000 archaic power. How did the other party resist? Could it be that the other party was stronger than him? He couldn't accept it. In the next moment, he screamed again because his other 4 claws were also shattered by the dark red dragon. All 8 of his claws were broken. This made him roll in the sky in pain. "Damn it, kill them! Kill them!" The Four Souls Hall roared crazily and ordered his subordinates to attack. He needed time to recover. Those archaic creatures quickly moved. Although the other party's strength, they had no choice but to obey. Furthermore, the 5 of them quickly formed a terrifying killing formation, preparing to join forces to kill the other party. Sure enough, the 5 of them stood separately in the air, clawing at Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Terrifying auras surged from their bodies, and mysterious patterns appeared on each of their bodies. They were activating their bloodline power. Indeed, an illusory figure appeared in the middle of the 5 of them. It was an ancient illusory figure that emitted an incomparably terrifying aura that could crush the 9 heavens. Yellows of them of yellow patterns covered it. Its cold eyes were like an archaic beast looking down on the world. It was too terrifying. This was the ancestral awakening shadow that was activated by their bloodline power. Each of the 5 souls hall had about 12,000 archaic power. If they fought Lin Xian, they wouldn't be a match for him. However, the ancient era silhouettes that they summoned by combining all of their powers were extremely terrifying. In an instant, his body was shattered. Only a head was left, and his head was also constantly changing, transforming into the appearance of his original spider body. In the next moment, he burned the power of his bloodline, wanting to escape. Lin Xian reached out a golden palm, enveloping heaven and earth, firmly sealing him. Still want to escape? Do you think you're so powerful? Crushing everyone. In front of me, you're just an ant. Today, I'll let you have a taste of being crushed by others. The killing intent on Lin Xian's body became sharper and sharper. The head trembled non-stop, unable to bear it, and shattered into pieces. Chapter 2807. Grandpa, save me. Si Hun was overjoyed. He breathed a sigh of relief and smiled sinisterly. Kid, you're dead meat. This is what my grandpa left for me. Let's see how you fight against it. His grandpa was the supreme elder of the ancient demonic spider clan, and his strength was terrifying. He had left a life-saving talisman in his body. This talisman would only be activated when his life was at stake. Now was the time. Si Hun was not worried at all. He knew how terrifying his grandpa's strength was. Although it was only a life-saving talisman, he believed that no one could resist it. Sure enough, in the sky, the light transformed into an old man floating in the void. Although it was only an illusion, it emitted a supreme aura that caused the entire world to tremble. A mere human dares to go against the ancient demonic spider clan. Kneel down and accept your death. The old figure shrouded Lin Xian with a supreme pressure, wanting to blast Lin Xian into pieces. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The dragon sword soul in his body roared and let out a loud dragon roar to fight against the old man. The sky fell and the earth cracked. The old man's expression changed. Dragon. You have dragon power. Who are you? Who am I? I'm the one who's going to kill you. Lin Xian pulled out the dragon-shaped sword shadow and released a terrifying power. The dark red dragon came to his side and poured its power into it. Roar! The 1,000-foot-long dragon shadow slashed down mercilessly. Die, old man. He wanted to end the battle quickly and not leave too many traces because he realized that the light figure was too terrifying. It was not weaker than Yin Hua from before. Yin Hua had used all its power to release such a terrifying aura, and it was only a soul imprint in front of him, but it was already so terrifying. He thought that the old man's true body would be very heaven-defying. Therefore, he had to get rid of the trouble quickly. You're courting death. Seeing that the ant dared to attack him, the old man roared angrily, and his body erupted with endless light. A fist punched out and collided with the dragon-shaped sword shadow. In the next moment, the apocalyptic scene appeared again. Although this old man was strong, he was still killed by the great dragon sword soul. Moreover, he was smashed into pieces. Seeing this, the four souls screamed crazily. That was a life-saving talisman that his grandfather had left for him. Yet, it was useless against him. Right now, he was filled with regret. Why did he have to provoke the other party? However, he no longer had the chance to regret. His head had turned into ashes and his soul had been completely destroyed by the sword. With a single sword strike, the sky was split apart, and a gigantic fissure that spanned millions of miles appeared on the ground. All of the ancient creatures had been completely wiped out. Everything, including the soul of the Supreme Elder, no longer existed. If anyone was here and saw this scene, they would definitely scream. Fortunately, there was no one around. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the primordial relic in a flash. Inside a spirit vein. Beneath the ground, there were countless caves. Inside the caves, there were spider webs that filled the sky. On the dense spider webs, there were terrifying spiders crawling one after another. These were all ancient demon spiders. This cave was the habitat of the ancient demon spider clan. At this moment, in the deepest part of the spirit vein, a large spider suddenly opened its eyes. It was an old man, and its eyes were bursting with a piercing cold light. Damn it, how dare you kill my grandson? I must tear you into pieces. A terrifying voice roared in the 9 heavens. The entire ancient demon spider clan was shaken. What? The grandson of the Supreme Elder was killed. Could it be the Four Souls? No way, who dares to kill him? Is it another ancient royal family? No, the Supreme Elder's soul mark should be in the body of the Supreme Elder, which can definitely save his life. Who did it? These people were very puzzled. The Supreme Elder's face was also gloomy. The soul imprint he left behind was also destroyed by the other party. Therefore, he didn't know who it was that did it. Investigate thoroughly. You must find out who killed the Four Souls. No matter who he is, I won't let him go. The Supreme Elder's voice was cold. The experts of the ancient demon spider clan moved out one after another. On the other side, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon entered the ancient ruins. The two of them walked carefully, but fortunately, there were no other dangers in the ruins except for the terrifying killing array outside. The two of them ran all the way and finally came to the medicine field, and found that most of the spirit herbs had withered. This made the dark red divine dragon feel that it was a pity. If these spirit herbs were left to the present, they would definitely be peerless treasures. However, Lin Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there was a spirit herb that was still alive, and it was growing very vigorously. The dark red divine dragon stared at the spirit herb, and was also very surprised. This spirit herb was more than half a meter tall, crystal clear, like an immortal herb, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. Kid, you're rich. The dark red divine dragon exclaimed, and Lin Xian also took a deep breath. Indeed, he was rich. He carefully plucked the spirit herb, and then put it away. Using it as a catalyst, coupled with other treasures, I can refine a furnace of good pills. Let's go. Lin Xian was very satisfied. Apart from formations, he had not neglected his alchemy skills. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon exclaimed. He was very clear about Lin Xian's alchemy skills. That effect was much stronger than consuming the heaven and earth treasures alone. Therefore, he was a little impatient. The two of them left the cave, and in a flash, they soared into the sky and returned to the immortal palace. After returning to the Immortal Palace, Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills, and the dark red divine dragon studied the formations. At the same time, the true spirit world shook violently. One by one, the ancient races revived. Apart from the previous time when they sent out messengers, they made a bigger move this time. Young geniuses walked out from the 10,000 ancient races, and they challenged the saints, saintesses, princes, and princesses. They swept all the way, and everyone was terrified. They even declared that they would defeat all the human geniuses, and let everyone know who was the future master of this world. Not good, the 4 symbol saints lost. The Reverence Moon Saintess lost too. The new Myriad Thunder Saint lost too. The Yin-Yang Sect Saint lost too. The Divine Wind Dynasty's Prince lost too. Chapter 2808. The most dazzling of them all was Yi Wudao. The Yi family's sacred physique was naturally the center of attention, attracting countless archean creatures to challenge him. However, the sacred physique was too terrifying. He had yet to be defeated, which made the human powerhouses heave a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had a sacred physique. The Yaoguang sage of the eastern wilderness was also shocking. He displayed powerful combat strength, defeating Archean prodigies who came to challenge him one after another. The Gu family's Gu Santong was also terrifying. There was also Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu. They also rose to prominence in this chaos. The other person was even more shocking. The Taishian sage. He usually did not reveal his strength, but the combat strength he displayed now was extremely terrifying. This made everyone realize that he had been hiding his strength before. On the middle ground side, there was the great Xia Prince, Princess Divine Wind, and the 9 Li Crown Prince. The 3 of them were also incomparably terrifying as they swept through the area. The Demon King Palace. Hua Tiandu and Yan Ryu were powerful, but recently, the Demon King Palace and the 10,000 Archean tribe were very close, which made everyone even more worried. On the western desert side, Wu Chen and No Flower were also terrifying. The southern mountains Yan Nantian was even more terrifying. The victories of these prodigies made the human race feel gratified. Fortunately, they still had hope. Especially the top geniuses among the titled prodigies. They could definitely survive the Archean Age contest. They could even advance further. However, what surprised them was that there was no news of Lin Xian. That was not right. Logically speaking, as the Middle Emperor, Lin Xian should have received countless challenges. Why was there no news? Could it be that Lin Xian was defeated? Impossible. If he was defeated, the news would be even more terrifying. Could it be that he did not dare to fight? Perhaps there was something else. Everyone was discussing. After all, they knew about Lin Xian's strength. Moreover, Lin Xian had forcefully chased away the Silver Electric Tribe's envoy. Later, they heard that he had killed 3 Silver Electric Tribe prodigies in the imperial capital. With such a strong attitude and terrifying strength, how could he be afraid of these Archean creatures? However, there had been no news of Lin Xian recently. They discussed animatedly, and many of them even began to investigate. During this period of time, archaic heavenly talents came one after another, wishing to challenge Lin Xian. However, they were all blocked outside the Peerless Formation. The whole master was in seclusion and was not prepared to fight for the time being. The ancient creature didn't believe it. It thought that Lin Xian was afraid. Actually, Lin Xian was really in seclusion. He had just obtained an 8,000-year-old spiritual herb from the ancient ruins and was using it to refine a cauldron of pills to increase his strength. This time, He had been in seclusion for a long time to refine the pill. He had made ample preparations, so he was completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, the Archean prodigies only laughed coldly. He directly announced that Lin Xian would not accept the challenge. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. What Central Emperor? It turned out to be a coward. A sky pride from the Tiango clan sneered. The Tiango race was a very powerful race among the 10,000 ancient races. It was said that they could swallow the moon. This sky pride had the head of a dog and the body of a human. He had a pair of white wings on his back and looked very strange. That's right. The royal family was an extremely terrifying existence. The power of their bloodline was even purer and more terrifying. Sure enough, not long after, news spread. In the great rift valley of the northern plains, they saw a majestic figure soaring into the sky. That figure was majestic, and his blood chi surged into the sky. Wherever he passed, a sea of blood rolled, forming a blood-red ring. It caused the world to tremble. It was said that a few invincible kings went to investigate out of curiosity. In the end, they were killed on the spot. This scene caused the human race to exclaim in shock. Even Yi Dao Denier, the Alcade sage, the great Xia prince, Dushless, and the others had grave expressions. Was the primordial royal family Sky Pride going to make a move? It seemed that it should be very terrifying. This was not the end. After the Blood Moon Clan Sky Pride, another terrifying existence appeared. In the endless mountains of the Nanling Mountains, a blue figure descended forcefully. All living beings within 1,000,000 miles were slaughtered. That person was like a fiend god. With one move, he killed countless lives and swallowed their souls. Chapter 2809. When the news spread, the human race was terrified, and the 10,000 ancient races cried out in alarm. The Blue Devil race. Ha! Another royal race has appeared. While they were excited, their eyes were also filled with fear. The Blue Devil race was powerful, and they were good at devouring the souls of others to strengthen themselves. Therefore, they must not provoke them. All sorts of news about the Blue Devil race spread, and the world was abuzz with discussion. The appearance of two primordial royal race geniuses gave the human race a lot of pressure. Would Yi Wudao and the others be able to resist? Boom! 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 The sky cracked open in the eastern wilderness, and countless silver rays of light fell down like a silver waterfall, causing a phenomenon. Everyone looked up, and the older generation figures were even more shocked. What a grand display! What a terrifying phenomenon! A terrifying roar came from the silver river that filled the sky. A roar shattered thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. The mountains below trembled, and the earth cracked open. Many human cultivators fainted. The weaker ones turned into blood that dyed the sky red. Damn it! Hurry up and activate the array formation. The human powerhouses roared, and the cities activated their array formations to defend themselves. They were furious, and they gritted their teeth. Damn it! The 10,000 ancient races. It was definitely the 10,000 ancient races. They had caused such a terrifying commotion. They were massacring the human race. They were too damned. Many human invincible powerhouses wanted to make a move. There was nothing they could do. The impact of the other party was too great. However, they were stopped by an even more terrifying existence. Don't be rash. This is only the younger generation. Let the younger generation deal with it. If we make a move, it will probably cause an even more terrifying battle. That's right, the people in the Silver River were indeed the younger generation of the 10,000 ancient races. The Silver Race's geniuses. The Silver Race was also a royal race. This scene shocked everyone even more. Especially the human race's geniuses, their faces were filled with despair. The reason for that was because the ancient royal family was simply too terrifying. Just the aura they emitted made them tremble. They were simply unable to resist. Even Leaf Dao Denir and the Alcade Holy Sun had serious expressions on their faces as they felt threatened. Since the royal races had appeared, could the royal races be far away? These geniuses of the ancient royal families walked through the true spirit world. Wherever they went, everyone would give way. No one dared to fight with them. These powerful sky prides did not strike out immediately. It seemed like they were looking for the right person. For a moment, everyone in the world panicked. Many people even went into seclusion, afraid that they would be chosen by the other party. Central State, Immortal Palace. Within Immortal Palace's pill refining room, the door was tightly shut. Radiant formations surrounded it. This was the place where Lin Xian went into seclusion to refine pills. However, at this moment, a burst of pill fragrance wafted out from the pill concoction room, passing through the formation and spreading out. This scene made all of Immortal Palace's martial artists cry out in alarm. How fragrant! It was the Hallmaster. The Hallmaster's pill was almost complete. Such a fragrant medicinal pill was definitely different. Even the elders exclaimed in surprise. Their palace master was too miraculous. At such a young age, not only was he powerful, his attainments in alchemy were also terrifying. The dark red divine dragon rushed over from afar, and upon smelling the pill fragrance, it cried out in excitement. Ha, success! Brat, you're really something. He was really too excited. He knew that this was refined using 8,000 years old spirit herbs from ancient ruins. The effect was absolutely terrifying. In fact, he even provided some of his blood. It seemed like the effect was surprisingly good. Sure enough, not long after, the door of the pill refining room in front slowly opened. Lin Xian walked out, his face also full of joy. Congratulations Hallmaster, congratulations Hallmaster. Immortal Palace's martial artists cheered one after another. Lin Xian also smiled and nodded. He asked, what happened outside these few days? He had already been in seclusion for more than a month, so he was naturally not too clear about the outside world. However, he thought that those ancient royal races should be reviving more and more. Following that, it was the elders who told Lin Xian all of the major events that happened in the past month. After Lin Xian heard, he frowned, a cold light flickering in his eyes. He did not expect that the 10,000 ancient races were actually so arrogant. In addition to sending out envoys last time, they actually sent out their own geniuses to cause trouble. Many saints and saintesses were even defeated miserably. Fortunately, Yi Wudao and the others had risen up, restoring hope to the human race. What comforted him the most was that Murong Qingqing and Shen Jingqiu were equally strong and had obtained victory in this battle. However, when he learned that the geniuses of the ancient royal races had also appeared, a trace of worry appeared in his heart. It seemed that just the appearance of the ancient royal races had caused an abnormally terrifying scene. They definitely had an extremely powerful bloodline strength and terrifying supernatural abilities. This kind of person was definitely a great enemy of the world. There was also another matter. The martial artist in front said, Hallmaster, in this past month, the Silver Lightning race, Celestial Dog race, and Fire Cloud race's geniuses have constantly come to provoke us, but we have rejected them all. However, they actually spread word that the Hall Master is afraid. How hateful. However, the Hall Master said that we should not act rashly, so we did not touch them. They did not dare to fight. Afraid? After Lin Xian heard this, he coldly snorted, and a biting cold light appeared in his eyes. Don't worry, leave this matter to me. I will go into seclusion now and consume these pills. When I come out, it will be the time of their deaths. After saying this, Lin Xian strode towards the Star Palace. The dark red dragon also followed. Soon, the two of them entered seclusion and consumed the refined pills. Not only did these pills contain 8,000-year-old spirit herbs, but they also had the effect of dragon blood. It was incomparably terrifying. Half a month later, Lin Xian's strength and cultivation base rose again. He ate half of the pills and gave the other half to the dark red dragon. His strength had risen to the peak of the early 8-star realm. The dragon sword soul had also risen, and the 9-yang divine body had reached the 7th stage of the 2nd layer. Currently, Lin Xian's Archean power should be around 25,000. This was without using a half-step sage artifact or the dragon sword soul. Once he used the half-step sage artifact and the dragon sword soul, his Archean power would rise again. The improvement this time gave Lin Xian a lot of confidence. Not to mention the Silver Lightning clan, he was confident that he could kill the prides of the Archean royal family. Boom! Boom! On the other side, the dark red dragon also came out of seclusion. He also looked up to the sky and laughed. His strength had risen. It had reached 24,000 Archean power. Of course, under the condition of using some secret techniques and burning dragon blood, his Archean power would also rise rapidly. Kid, you are really abnormal. You are actually stronger than me. The dark red dragon was shocked to see Lin Xian's Archean power. As expected of someone who had the dragon sword soul on the 9-yang divine body. He had improved more than him. One had to know that he was not an ordinary dragon. He was a divine dragon with a powerful bloodline. However, Lin Xian had improved more than him. It was really shocking. However, when he thought about the great dragon sword soul on the 9-yang divine body, he felt relieved. Back then, it was Lin Xian who split the nest of 10,000 dragons open with a single sword strike and saved everyone. That was something that even the sacred leaders and sect masters couldn't do. How could such a person be afraid? There must be another reason. From the looks of it, the other party was really going to come out. That's right, the one who came out this time was Lin Xian. He walked out of the array formation and looked around. Soon, he saw 7 or 8 ancient creatures nearby. However, he didn't care at all. Although these ancient creatures were powerful, in his eyes, they were similar to ants. He knew that this shouldn't be a genius from the 10,000 ancient races. You're that Lin Xian. The ancient creature from the Tiango race walked up and shouted coldly. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back and ignored him. Beside him, Hui Dao stood out. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak to our Hall Master? Get lost. As he spoke, his saber flew out. You're courting death. The ancient creature from the Tiango race was furious. He also stretched out his claw, and it was like a mountain that pressed down. The two collided, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. Terrifying energy surged. The ancient creature from the Tiango race was forced back. Hui Dao snorted coldly and put away his saber. Let your peerless prodigy come out. How dare you insult our Hall Master? Today is the day you die. My day of death. What arrogant words. Let's see if you have the ability to do so. In the sky, dark clouds gathered. Immediately after, a terrifying figure descended. It was the young prodigy of the Tiango race. The moment he appeared, he was like an ancient demonic mountain that froze the sky. The aura of the entire world seemed to have solidified. The pressure made it difficult for everyone to breathe. Formless power surged downwards, rushing towards Lin Xian and the others, intending to crush them. Not good. Hu Yidao and the others' expressions changed. That aura was too terrifying. They had to admit that the other party was indeed terrifying. Humph. Lin Xian snorted coldly and continued to stand with his hands behind his back. A piercing light burst out from his eyes, forming two sword lights that slashed forward. They met the attack head-on and directly shattered the pressure. You're the prodigy of the Tiango race. Lin Xian looked at the other party and asked coldly. He had to confirm the other party's identity. If he was a piece of trash, he wouldn't be worthy of his attack. That's right, I'm the prodigy of the Tiango race, Xiao Yu. You'd better remember this. Kid, I didn't expect you to dare to come out. I thought you would be a coward for the rest of your life. Xiao Yu looked at Lin Xian and sneered. Why wouldn't I dare to come out? Do you think that you can scare me with just you alone? Lin Xian sneered in disdain. Come on, I'll kill you today and eat your dog meat. Hearing this, the martial artists of Immortal Palace all laughed excitedly. The ninjas of the Tiango race were so angry that they vomited blood. Especially Xiao Yu, whose face was gloomy. You're courting death. A palm came down like a mountain, pressing down from the sky. He was furious that the other party dared to provoke him. He swore that he would teach the other party a lesson. The sky broke open and the terrifying palm rolled. A mountain fell from the sky. This scene. It happened to be seen by the human martial artists who rushed over from afar. Those human martial artists cried out in surprise. It was an expert of the Tiango race. It was him. He was Xiao Yu. He had already defeated 3 saints. His strength was terrifying. What? It was actually him. He was from the Tiango race, an extremely terrifying prodigy. Chapter 28:11. These human warriors had also started to use the title of Archean power. Moreover, they now knew what 20,000 Archean power meant. Among the younger generation, they represented the pinnacle of existence. One had to know that an ordinary saint only had 17,000 to 17,000 Archean power. 20,000, it definitely surpassed an ordinary saint. A saint could easily kill an ordinary saint. Looking at the claw descending from the sky, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. Lin Xian stretched out a finger and pointed forward. As he pointed forward, his golden finger shone with an unparalleled light. It carried a terrifying sword qi and shot straight into the sky. Courting death. Seeing this, Xiao Yu was enraged. He grabbed at his opponent with one hand. He was already arrogant enough. However, his opponent was even more arrogant than him. He directly stretched out a finger to fight against him. Who was he? He was a prodigy of the heavenly dog race. He was so powerful that no one dared to underestimate him. Therefore, he roared angrily. The power on his palm increased again. With an unparalleled momentum, he crushed down. Since his opponent looked down on him, he would kill him in one blow. Facing the increased power, Lin Xian was not afraid. His finger continued to shine as he pointed forward. However, the power was also stronger than before. A dragon's roar erupted from his finger. It turned into a giant dragon and shot up 90,000 miles. Boom! There was an earth-shattering collision. This time, it directly pierced through the giant palm in the sky. Blood splattered all over the sky as terrifying spatial cracks appeared. Xiao Yu was shocked. He could not believe that his opponent had broken through his palm. Damn it! This kid was so strong. His face was ugly. He stretched out his other palm. This time, his palm was even more terrifying. It was like the palm of an Archean demonic beast. It stretched out from the sky. The human warriors who were watching the battle from afar were shocked. Many people were sent flying by this aura. Some even fell to the ground. It was too terrifying. As expected of the Central Emperor. Those Archean demonic beasts roared crazily. Kill him. They must kill him. Looking at this scene, Lin Xian's eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his left fist and punched out. It was like a blazing sun. Boom! This punch directly blew up the other party's palm once again. The sea of blood in the sky surged, and a miserable cry rang out. Xiao Yu roared furiously in the sky. How despicable! 2 moves, 2 of his palms were smashed apart by the other party. Aside from the pain, what he felt was even more unbearable. Shame, shame, this was his greatest shame, shame. Ever since he made his debut, he had easily killed 3 prodigies and saints, which made him think that there were not many humans who could be his match. But now, he had suffered 2 losses at the hands of the other party. This was unbearable for him. Brat, you've angered me. I will definitely kill you. Xiao Yu's voice was cold. A terrifying aura was emitted from his body. It was like a vast ocean that shattered the void. A terrifying light descended from the sky, intending to destroy all traces of the world. Xiao Yu did not hold back in this attack, and its might caused the expressions of many figures of the older generation to change drastically. The faces of the human race experts also changed. They started to worry for Lin Xian. In the distance, the archaic lifeforms roared wildly. This was a killing move. Previously, it was this move that Xiao Yu easily defeated the other 3 sons. Therefore, in their view, Lin Xian similarly could not block this move. But very unfortunately, this time, they guessed wrong. Facing this terrifying attack, Lin Xian was fearless. He did not dodge at all, directly reaching out his palm and grabbing over. This time, his palm also became infinitely large, as if it became a world, enveloping all things. In the center of his palm, the sun, moon, and stars revolved, as if it was a real starry sky universe. These were all evolved from the great dragon sword soul, carrying an extremely powerful spiritual energy aura, directly obliterating Xiao Yu's attack. Not only that, this palm even enveloped Xiao Yu. What? It was broken. Was it so easy to break it? Those archaic lifeforms were stunned, especially the Tiango race archaic lifeforms. Their faces were full of horror, not daring to believe it. That was their ultimate killing move, and it was actually broken so easily. Who the hell was this brat? On the human side, everyone cried out wildly. As expected of the Central Emperor, too terrifying. It was not something those saints could compare to at all. Previously, when Xiao Yu defeated the other 3 saints, they also saw the battle. At that time, they reckoned that there were probably not many people who could defeat Xiao Yu. Even if they could, it would be very difficult. But now, the shock that Lin Xian had given them was simply too much. He easily broke the other party's killing move. He even trapped the other party in his palm. Boss! Lin Xian's 5 fingers closed, and the moon and stars revolved, obliterating everything, wanting to kill Xiao Yu. Xiao Yu's pupils constricted, and his face was full of shock. Impossible, damn it, this is impossible. How can the other party be so powerful? Damn it, I don't believe it. Get lost. He roared, and the 2 pairs of white wings on his back spread out, transforming into 2 heavenly blades, slashing in all directions. Those white wings were very strange, and there were white runes on them. At that moment, they were incomparably flickering, and their power was much more terrifying than a heaven-grade treasure. Get lost. With a roar, the white wings slashed the world. But they could not cut open Lin Xian's palm. The pair of wings slashed on the palm, and there were clanging sounds. Countless cracks in the void were cut open, but they still could not stop Lin Xian's palm. This scene made Xiao Yu despair, and it made the archaic creatures even crazier. On the side of the human race, they were also stunned. In the sky, the huge palm slowly closed, and then the sun, moon, and stars were obliterated and revolved, and miserable cries could be heard. Ah! 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 Miserable cries could be heard, and blood rain fell from the sky, flowing down from the gaps of the huge palm, piercing through the void. What? He was injured. Seeing this scene, the human race experts exclaimed, and the archaic creatures were shocked. Especially those from the heavenly dog race, they were screaming crazily. Damned brat, let go of our prodigies. You dare to hurt him, you're dead. These people roared, but it was still useless. In the sky, the blood rain became more and more terrifying. Those drops of blood were directly collected by the dark red divine dragon below.